Good morning, everyone. Welcome, and we are giving folks a minute to join. Thanks for gathering today. Welcome to those starting or coming in. We're going to get started in just a minute. We're going to let folks enter for just another minute before we get going. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's public workshop on the low carbon fuel standard. My name is Cheryl Laskowski, and I'm Chief of the Transportation Fuels Branch, which oversees the Low Carbon Fuel Standard, or LCFS, program. First, I'd like to do some introductions of the team that we have here today. And so, Jordan, can you start us off?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jordan Ramalingam. I'm one of the managers in the LCFS team. My section focuses on the long-term policy and planning of the LCFS program, as well as a number of other specific policy items within the program. I'm joined here by 4 of my colleagues, so you could turn your cameras on as well. Dylan Miner, Jeff Kessler, Katrina Castellano, who will be doing parts of the presentations today, and then Fahim Abagari will be advancing the slides for us. And I will pass it to Anil.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm Anil Prabhu. I manage the carbon intensity scoring for the low carbon fuel standard for liquid biofuels, hydrogen, electricity, and novel emerging fuels. Go ahead, Ray, or Rachel, sorry.
Hi, I'm Rachel. I'm another manager with the program. I handle implementation of quarterly reporting of fuel supplied to California, as well as credit banking and transfer. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ray Chan. I'm the manager for the fuel project evaluation section under the LCFS program. Our section oversees the project-based accrediting applications, the annual update to the crude average CI, and some complex tier 2 fuel pathway applications.
Great, thank you, everyone. We are also joined today by the Chief of the Industrial Strategies Division, Matt Botel. So I'll hand it to him for a couple of remarks.
Good morning, everybody. I'm trying unsuccessfully to dodge the sunlight on the side of my face here, but I want to say thank you first off to everybody that's joined us on the workshop today. We've had some amazing turnouts over the course of our LCFS concept workshops, and all of that input and engagement that you've provided has been invaluable in getting us to this point. And I want to thank the staff. As you saw from the introductions, we have a great team of managers and staff that work on the low carbon fuel standard program, and they've put in a ton of work both to keep the program going on implementation, processing all those fuel pathways, and dealing with verification, as well as thinking through the future of this LCFS program, and now also putting forward some new tools to help us assess what the future of the LCFS could look like. So I just again want to express my gratitude to the staff for all the hard work that they've put in to get us to this point. And I'm excited to be here at this point and to be able to talk about some options for the future of the LCFS. And as many of you know, we recently held a workshop on the final modeling results for the scoping plan. And what I want to emphasize from that workshop is that it's clear that achieving carbon neutrality at its core is really about making a significant energy transition for California. And that means we need to ramp down the supply of carbon intensive energy sources and really ramp up alternatives to meet our energy needs. And in the process, we're going to reap the GHG and clean air benefits from that transition. And it's going to take a significant infrastructure build out to do this. And it's clear from the past few years that the LCFS has been a very effective tool in accelerating this energy transition in the transportation sector. And so we're going to be releasing the scoping plan in a few weeks, and we'll be bringing the plan before the board at our December hearing. And I encourage each of you to come to the meeting and give us feedback. Looking forward to a robust discussion at that board hearing. But for today's workshop, we're going to share some options on what the future of the LCFS program could look like and get your feedback. And it's because this is important, our experience has shown that this program is really critical in providing the long-term signals for California, and that providing clarity on where LCFS is going and how it'll help deliver the GHG reductions that we will need means that you all respond by taking action to build and supply the low carbon energy infrastructure. And so, this opportunity that the LCFS provides as a tool to help us meet those carbon neutrality objectives, couldn't be more important. So I'm going to hand it back to Cheryl. She's going to walk through, or hand it back to the staff to walk through the presentation. So Cheryl, back to you.
Thanks, Matt, for that great framing for today's discussion, which, it's today we're here to continue our informal discussion of an LCFS regulatory change that will happen in the near term. So today we're going to focus on the future LCFS targets and modeling those targets and the initial design concepts associated with them. So the objective is for you to get an introduction to the model and the tools that we're using to help evaluate, for you to provide input on our data and assumptions before we get into the rigorous modeling outputs. So we have been considering many ideas as a result of implementation trends and signaling from the draft scoping plan. So this workshop is really a first or second conversation on the modeling scenario and does not include all of the potential changes to the LCFS. We're going to host additional workshops in early 2023, hopefully with the robust feedback that we're anticipating from you all today, and in additional policy conversations that we anticipate. So just a few items before we get started. We've got a good turnout. We always have a good turnout at these workshops, which is great. It really helps our program. I think almost 600 people are with us right now, so that's really great. Shows the level of interest in the program, that you recognize that these early conversations are good to have, and so we've allotted 4 hours for today's workshop. So given the number of stakeholders on the line and probably the number of comments that we're going to get, I'll ask that you keep your comments brief and you provide longer comments in written form for staff to review. Right now, I'm going to hand it over to Katrina for my team to continue the presentation. Thank you.
Hi, thanks, Cheryl. Okay, so I will continue with the presentation. Let's go to slide number 3, please. All right, so for today's workshop, my colleagues and I will go through the full slide deck, and then we will open it up for feedback and questions at the very end. So to provide feedback, please use the raised hand function on the GoToWebinar toolbar, which should be located to the right of your screen as shown here on this slide. When staff calls on your name and activates your audio controls, please unmute yourself by clicking the red microphone button and proceed to introduce yourself. That orange arrow at the top of the toolbar will expand the control panel for additional options. And stakeholders will be able to submit written feedback, as Cheryl mentioned, online until 11:59 p.m. on December 2nd, Pacific time. You can find the link to submit feedback, as well as all the other posted materials for this workshop, on our LCFS meetings and workshops webpage. Next slide, please. As always, we want to start with a reminder of how the LCFS fits into broader state climate policy, where we are today, and what a formal rulemaking looks like. As you may know, the LCFS is part of the state's set of policies to meet ambitious climate goals, which are described in the scoping plan. The scoping plan is currently being updated to identify a path of policies to achieve carbon neutrality. This represents a much more ambitious goal, and the LCFS will again need to align with the scoping plan. So as Matt mentioned earlier, the scoping plan will return to the board for its second hearing next month, where the board will consider adoption of the final scoping plan. Although the final 2022 scoping plan is not yet complete, staff have begun to explore what the LCFS can do to support California's long-term carbon neutrality goal. We'll continue to work closely with the scoping plan team to make sure the LCFS is aligned with policy direction provided by the final scoping plan adopted by our board. In the meantime, we will continue to hold informal workshops on the LCFS to continue exploring potential policy changes and solicit feedback. After the informal workshops, we plan to begin a more formal rulemaking process. The regulatory process is defined by certain milestones and has specific timelines associated with rulemaking. And you can see that outlined here on this slide, and they have been discussed in previous workshops. Staff is aiming for a 2024 implementation date. Next slide, please. The next few slides will provide a quick implementation update on the LCFS. We can go to the next slide. This figure shows the annual performance standard reducing the carbon intensity of California's transportation fuel pool under the current regulation. The gray line shows future compliance targets to achieve a 20% carbon intensity reduction by 2030. The black line shows the past performance standards, and the green line shows historical compliance. As I'm sure you are aware, the market has overperformed relative to the required CI reduction in recent years. Next slide, please. This figure shows how compliance has been met since 2011, showing the credits and deficits by quarter. The green line shows the credit bank. The LCFS allows credit banking, meaning that entities can accumulate credits to be exchanged in the market or used for compliance, and these credits do not expire. While the target is becoming increasingly stringent, the credits in the LCFS have been outpacing the deficits, resulting in around 11 million banked credits. This shows the success of the LCFS in sending signals to the market to invest in alternative fuels, but also sends a clear message that the program's compliance targets can be more aggressive. Next slide, please. We are also seeing increased diversification of transportation fuel options. I won't spend too much time here, as I'm sure you are familiar with these trends, but I think it's worth highlighting again the recent increases in credits for electricity, renewable diesel, and biomethane. Collectively, alternative fuels displaced over 3.1 billion gallons of petroleum fuel in 2021 in California, and capacity expansions in California and the US are expected to further strengthen this alternative fuels market. Again, these trends are encouraging and make it clear that the program's compliance targets can be increased to reflect these trends and drive further innovation. Next slide, please. Significant reductions in transportation emissions are needed to achieve the state's air quality and climate goals. Consequently, CARB is focused on transitioning the sector away from fossil fuels, utilizing programs like the LCFS to spur innovation and attract private investment in these fuels. Let's go to the next slide, please. So a lot has been happening since the transportation space recently, and the clear signal is to accelerate the pace of decarbonization in the transportation sector. The LCFS is part of this overall picture. In addition to the scoping plan work we have described, last month, the governor signed a sweeping package of legislation to cut pollution, protect Californians from big polluters, and accelerate the state's transition to clean energy. Among these laws is a mandate to achieve carbon neutrality no later than 2045, and for CARB to create a carbon capture, removal, utilization, and storage program. The LCFS is one of the available tools to help achieve these goals. The governor also issued a letter to CARB in July to establish goals and actions to be incorporated into the final scoping plan. Among these goals and actions is to consider increasing the stringency of the LCFS, adopt an aggressive clean fuels target for the aviation sector, and to work with relevant agencies to accelerate refinery transitions away from petroleum to the production of clean fuels. We're seeing strong zero-emission vehicle adoption, particularly in the light-duty space. Among the new regulations recently adopted is the Advanced Clean Cars 2 regulation, or ACC2, which establishes the next set of low-emission vehicles and zero-emission vehicle requirements to contribute to meeting California's carbon neutrality targets. Next slide, please. Staff last revisited the LCFS compliance targets in 2018, following the 2017 scoping plan update. As we look to the future of the LCFS, we now have accelerated and longer-term statewide GHG targets. Zero-emission vehicle adoption and projected future adoption is far outpacing previous assumptions used for target setting in the 2018 rulemaking. In addition, we are seeing lots of progress in the liquid and gaseous alternative fuel spaces. Announced renewable diesel production capacity in California far exceeds what was previously modeled in 2018, thanks in large part to expected refinery conversions, which displaces diesel used in vehicles and provides air quality benefits. Biomethane supplies have also ramped up, resulting in near saturation of the natural gas fuel pool. These projects reduce methane at the sources and also displace fossil gas. These are successful outcomes and are just a few examples of why we see an opportunity to strengthen the compliance targets and send a longer-term signal to the market. Next slide, please. Okay, I'd like to now pass it on to my colleague, Jeff Kessler, to introduce the modeling tool used for scenario development. Jeff, please take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Katrina. The next set of slides are going to walk through a general overview of the model that CARB has been using to better understand some of the LCFS market dynamics. And this model can help us assess reasonable trajectories for target setting. And so this model is the California Transportation Supply Model, or CATS, and we'll start getting into that. Next slide, please. So the CATS model was developed by CARB staff to evaluate the California fuel market and various LCFS policy assumptions that may impact that fuel market in California. It's an optimization model and identifies the lowest cost options for providing fuel in California to meet transportation fuel demand. CATS will select the lowest cost fuel options that allow for transport fuel demand scenarios in the state to be met, and that allow for other constraints like fuel blend walls and limited feedstock availability to also be met. It is important to be aware of the limitations to the model. So CATS is used to approximate major components of the California fuel supply market, but is not a perfect representation of the fuel market in California. There's numerous market effects that the model is unable to capture, and so model outputs will not perfectly encapsulate prices and outcomes. CARB staff have tried to include the most important elements of California's fuel supply market, and so based on this, the results from the model output can help us to better assess specific fuel scenarios. Next slide, please. So this slide shows a very simplified diagram of what the CATS model does. It takes a set of user-defined inputs, the most important of which are fuel or energy demand, feedstock supply curves that represent cost and supply of feedstock used to produce fuel, feedstock conversion information, which you can really think of as the information pertaining to using a quantity of feedstock for a specific fuel production process. So that includes things like cost, conversion efficiency, carbon intensity, and additional subsidies or incentives that fuels may receive outside of the LCFS program. And finally, the model includes optimization constraints. And so these constraints are used to provide conditions that the model has to satisfy. And so that's things like blend wall limits, or the annual LCFS carbon intensity benchmark. And so that was implemented as a constraint in the model. These inputs are used by the CATS model, which solves for the set of fuel and feedstock pathways that will satisfy the model constraints at the lowest possible cost. The outputs from the model include things like the quantity of specific feedstock used for a specific fuel production pathway, the marginal costs of satisfying specific modeling constraints. So that's things like meeting the LCFS annual carbon intensity target, and also the number of credits and deficits affiliated with fuel production pathways and marginal costs for providing a group of fuels to meet specific fuel demand pools. The next set of slides will go into these modeling inputs in a little bit more detail. So if we can jump to the next slide, please. So first up is the fuel demand pools. And so energy demand is specified by using specific fuel pools. So these are provided into the model exogenously. And so that's consistent with a lot of previous modeling work that has been done by CARB and others. Electric vehicle adoption and hydrogen vehicle adoption is assumed to fall outside of the LCFS program. So these vehicles come to the California market independent of the LCFS program effects. So the LCFS only affects the quantity and kinds of fuel used to provide energy to each fuel demand pool. For instance, the gasoline fuel demand pool can be met using conventional gasoline, ethanol, renewable gasoline, and other specified fuels that can substitute for gasoline demand when used in the conventional gasoline vehicle fleet. But when modeling this, the LCFS dynamics do not actually change the gasoline fleet makeup. Next slide, please. Next, CARB created feedstock supply curves. This slide has a lot of information on it, and the slides are posted online if you want to dig into the detail. This is a simplification of the actual model inputs, which includes the specific price bins and quantities of feedstock that you might get at each price bin. Pricing information has been estimated for feedstock that CARB staff found likely to be used at considerable quantity in California. That includes things like lipids from virgin and waste oils, electricity, corn used for ethanol production, traditional fossil fuels, and biomethane from landfills and dairies. Next slide, please. As was discussed previously, there are a variety of conversion pathways that must be defined for the model. These pathways are used to define parameters to convert from feedstock to a finished fuel that can provide energy for each of the defined fuel demand pools. So the pathway list displayed on this slide is everything that CARB staff have considered key pathways for modeling purposes, and also includes pathways for credit generation that do not necessarily create energy demand or satisfy energy demand pools. For instance, ZEV infrastructure crediting allows for more credit generation in the program, but that does not contribute towards meeting fuel energy demand for any of the specific pools. Next slide, please. The CATS model is an optimization model, as we discussed, that minimizes the cost of providing transportation fuel, provided that these certain modeling constraints are met. The model ensures that the annual LCFS compliance targets are met each year. In the model, that means that the number of credits generated by low carbon fuels supplied to the market has to be greater than or equal to the number of deficits generated by fuels that exceed the benchmark in a given year. The model also estimates the marginal cost of achieving the LCFS target each year, which serves as an estimate of the potential LCFS credit price. Next slide, please. CARB recognizes that the model is a simplified representation of California's transportation fuel system, and that currently suggested model inputs may not fully capture important factors of California's market. Stakeholders may wish to include additional feedstock supply curves or transportation fuel conversion pathways that we did not capture in this initial set of information. Because this model will remain a simplification of California's transportation fuel supply system, we are seeking to limit the feedstock and fuel pathway inclusions to only those for which a set of minimum criteria can be met. This includes market data, peer-reviewed literature to support price and supply estimates, as well as demonstration or substantiation of the likelihood that inclusion of a specific feedstock or conversion pathway for modeling purposes is likely to materially impact the LCFS credit market. Next slide, please. So this is the sorts of feedback that we're looking for to help further develop and understand LCFS compliance scenarios. We're seeking feedback on model inputs at this stage. This includes feedstock conversion pathways and feedstock supply curves, as well as model inputs like the suitable LCFS benchmark schedules to consider, estimated annual energy demands through 2045, and anticipated subsidies or things exogenous to the market that may increase or decrease fuel supply costs. And so none of those exogenous factors are captured in the model, and so it's important that we receive feedback on that to ensure that our model represents things well. Next slide, please. So technical documentation describing the CATS model has been posted on the workshop site, and we have provided summary sheets for model input as well. We are requesting the public to review the documentation and core model inputs and to provide feedback. So with that said, I'll now pass this along to my colleague Dylan Miner as we transition to talking about the preliminary modeling designs. Dylan.
Thank you, Jeff, for providing the overview of the CATS model and its mechanics. I am now going to present a set of preliminary input scenarios for public discussion, which will help to refine our assumptions and inputs moving forward. Next slide, please. This is the first step of many to discuss future LCFS compliance targets and associated policies. You'll see in the coming slides that there is a large range of options that reflect potential policy outcomes from other regulations, legislation, and plans, as well as from LCFS policy decisions. The scenarios also aim to reflect market dynamics, proposals from staff in earlier workshops, and feedback from stakeholders. We will continue to hold workshops to get into more detail as we review your feedback and further develop these concepts. Next slide, please. This slide provides a high-level overview of the preliminary scenario designs for consideration. The regulatory setting is described in the baseline, for which we assume full implementation of Advanced Clean Cars 2 and Advanced Clean Trucks, vehicle miles traveled based on current impact projections, and the existing 20% LCFS carbon intensity reduction target in 2030. We then have three alternative scenarios to consider. Alternative A represents a scenario in which transportation energy demand and total travel are higher than in the baseline. This scenario reflects that historical challenges in achieving VMT reduction targets may persist and therefore requires higher use of gasoline and diesel. Given the higher deficits associated with these assumptions, staff included a CI reduction target of 25% in 2030. Alternative B aligns with baseline scenarios assumptions of transportation energy demand and vehicle miles traveled, and achieves the zero-emission vehicle goals outlined in Executive Order N7920. Staff included a CI reduction target of 30% by 2030 for this alternative. Alternative C also aligns with baseline scenario assumptions of transportation energy demand and vehicle miles traveled, but it front-loads investment in alternative fuel deployment by setting a 35% carbon intensity reduction target in 2030. To allow for direct comparison of the impact of these assumptions and related speeds of decarbonization, staff utilized a carbon intensity reduction target of 90% below 2010 levels in 2045 for all three scenarios. Next slide, please. This slide will show the carbon intensity reduction target trajectories for each of the three alternatives. In each case, staff suggested linear declines in carbon intensity targets until 2030, and an increasingly aggressive curve from 2030 until 2045. However, one important difference between the scenarios is the rate of decarbonization in various years. Click, please. Alternative A has the slowest rate of decline initially, reaching 25% in 2030, but requires more rapid post-2030 reductions than the other scenarios in order to reach 90% by 2045. Again, this approach assumes continued challenges in reducing vehicle miles traveled and in finalizing permitting processes for low carbon production capacity in the near term. Click. Alternative B's CI target declines more rapidly initially due to lower vehicle miles traveled and faster adoption of heavy-duty zero-emission vehicles, reaching 30% in 2030. Please click. Alternative C's rate of decline is the most linear of the three. By front-loading investment and build-out of alternative fuel production and use, the market achieves the 35% reduction in 2030, and therefore has less ground to make up post-2030. Please click. These approaches allow staff to investigate the impacts of differences, both in near-term 2030 targets, as well as the impacts of different rates of decline post-2030. The next slide, please. This table summarizes the proposed alternatives' carbon intensity targets and then assumes transportation energy demands reflected in fuel pool assumptions as compared to the baseline. Implicit in all of these scenarios is that the compliance targets prior to 2030 are accelerated compared to the existing baseline trajectory. Next slide, please. The following slides cover a few of the inputs that play a key role in preliminary scenario design. These slides touch on limits to crop-based fuels in the diesel pool, biomethane crediting, infrastructure crediting for medium and heavy-duty zero-emission vehicle refueling, and other topics relevant to the modeling. Next slide. Following the messaging and analysis in the draft 2022 scoping plan, staff requested feedback on the treatment of crop-based fuels at the July 2022 workshop. Staff have received mixed feedback on whether or not to assess upper limits on the total crop-based fuels volumes or credits that can be utilized in the program. Currently, crop-based biofuels generate credits and are unconstrained within the program. Leaving the existing provisions unchanged may allow for more aggressive carbon intensity reduction targets due to large increases in crop-based biofuel production, whereas limitations on credits associated with virgin oil feedstocks could make aggressive early decarbonization more challenging. Next slide, please. For crop-based biofuels, staff included the following model inputs. Alternatives A and B. For alternatives A and B, staff included an upper limit on credits for diesel fuels derived from virgin oil feedstock. This does not include ethanol used in the gasoline pool, since there is a natural upper limit with the current blend wall. To address the larger amounts of deficits created by the 35% carbon intensity reduction target in 2030, Alternative C does not include changes to existing biofuel provisions, and thereby allows the market to determine credit levels for diesel fuels derived from virgin oil feedstocks. Next slide. Next, we'll discuss biomethane crediting in the LCFS. California is focused on achieving our near-term Senate Bill 1383 targets and the 2030 climate target, and we need to continue to incentivize deployment of methane reduction strategies needed to do so. Staff is also following scoping plan policy direction regarding the long-term deployment and use of biomethane, both for its critical role in producing hydrogen and in expanding biomethane use into non-transportation sectors. Staff are also mindful of the importance of providing an appropriate transition time to ensure alternative options are available for the use of biomethane in the long term. To that end, we are seeking to provide investment certainty and avoid stranded assets. With these goals in mind, the preliminary modeling scenarios include several considerations. One policy lever is to phase out avoided methane crediting from LCFS pathways starting in 2030 and completing in 2040. At this time, avoided methane crediting is certified for 10-year crediting periods with no end date specified. The idea here is to make it clear that starting methane reduction projects prior to the 2030 deadline of Senate Bill 1383 will result in the greatest financial incentives for biomethane projects, and these incentives will diminish over time. Another policy lever is to align the deliverability requirements of biomethane with other fuels. Currently, the LCFS regulation allows for indirect accounting of biomethane when injected into the North American natural gas pipeline, without a requirement that this fuel be delivered to California, which differs from treatment of indirect accounting from low carbon intensity electricity. Next slide. Here are the modeling assumptions used for avoided methane pathways. In alternatives A and B, fuel pathways with avoided methane would be approved for new 10-year crediting periods until 2030. If an entity were to install a digester and apply for LCFS crediting next year, they would get the full 10-year crediting period for avoided methane. We are proposing to keep that same treatment for projects that apply until 2030, with the intent of encouraging development of methane-reducing projects now. This would result in a phase out of fuel pathways with avoided methane by 2040 at the end of the last 10-year crediting periods. Under the more aggressive carbon intensity reduction target of alternative C, avoided methane crediting is unchanged from the current provisions. Next slide. This slide covers modeling inputs related to biomethane book and claim. Alternatives A and B harmonize the deliverability requirements between low carbon intensity electricity and biomethane by requiring that biomethane injected into the pipeline for use in California come from projects in the Western US gas network. Staff expects that anticipated biomethane projects in this Western region can replace some of the non-Western volume that would become ineligible under this assumption. In addition, starting 2030, staff assume that landfill gas would only be eligible for book and claim if used for hydrogen production. Staff seeks to strike a balance of supporting transportation fuel needs while following the trajectory in the scoping plan of achieving California's methane reduction targets and transitioning biomethane to other non-transportation sectors. Alternative C does not change the existing book and claim provision. Next slide. The next area of inputs is in regards to refueling infrastructure. As decarbonization accelerates, staff recognizes the need to support zero-emission vehicle fueling infrastructure deployment to ensure the transition to zero-emission vehicles isn't hampered by a lack of available fueling infrastructure. In 2018, staff worked with stakeholders to create the zero-emission vehicle infrastructure provisions, which support hydrogen and fast charging stations, while station throughput is low in the early years. These provisions have supported build-out of infrastructure in the state, but currently apply only to light-duty vehicles. Executive Order N7920 highlights the need to accelerate zero-emission vehicle deployment for larger vehicles as well, and the draft 2022 scoping plan specifically calls on the LCFS to develop a provision that would support this infrastructure. LCFS credits can help meet Executive Order N7920 directives by accelerating deployment of medium and heavy-duty zero-emission vehicle infrastructure to support battery electric and hydrogen vehicle deployment. Next slide, please. All of these scenarios reflect addition of capacity crediting for larger vehicles, but differ on the size of the crediting pool allocated. Alternative A would continue to allot a total of 5% of the annual deficits to zero emission vehicle infrastructure, but would make medium and heavy duty infrastructure eligible. Alternatives B and C would expand the credit pool to 10% of deficits to provide stronger support for infrastructure needed to fuel medium and heavy duty zero emission vehicle fleets expected from both existing and upcoming regulations, and to help attain the alternatives carbon intensity reduction targets. Next slide. As mentioned previously, the topics we are presenting in this workshop are not comprehensive. Electric forklifts, jet fuel, and petroleum crediting policies were all briefly discussed at our previous workshops, and a range of modeling inputs is included in these scenarios. Previously, staff have suggested removing or limiting electric forklifts' eligibility to generate credits. For these modeling alternatives, staff limited forklift crediting in each scenario. Intrastate fossil jet fuel is added as a deficit generator in all of the preliminary scenarios, following the governor's direction that CARB adopt a 20% clean fuels target for the aviation sector. Staff are also considering modeling a variety of inputs with regard to petroleum project crediting. Alternative A would allow continued crediting eligibility without changes to the existing provision. Alternative B would phase out petroleum project crediting by 2040, and alternative C, with the most aggressive carbon intensity reduction target, would phase out these projects by 2025. As with all the other modeling assumptions, these are preliminary and we seek stakeholder feedback. Next slide. This workshop focused on scenario design, but we wanted to provide a conceptual overview of some of the key metrics and characteristics of each scenario. Each alternative would have trade-offs, and staff aim to create a set of alternatives that capture a range of potential outcomes. For example, based on the carbon intensity reduction targets of each alternative, we expect that alternative A would achieve the fewest near-term greenhouse gas reductions, but would also be the least expensive to consumers of transportation fuels. Alternative C would likely create the highest near-term reduction in greenhouse gases, but would also rely the most on near-term deployment of higher cost abatement strategies like direct air capture. Alternative B would have the lowest reliance on crop-based fuels, but is likely slower to displace petroleum than alternative C. Staff would like feedback on stakeholders' priorities and the associated trade-offs or externalities of these priorities to help identify alternatives for consideration. Next slide. That was a lot of information, and there will be more. In future workshops, we plan to continue this modeling discussion with more granularity and discuss modeling outputs, cost estimates, and other concepts related to carbon intensity targets. One item we've heard interest in is the self-adjusting carbon intensity target mechanism, which we can explore in more detail in the future. We also plan to follow up on policy items discussed today in more detail, such as life cycle assessment tools, zero emission vehicle infrastructure crediting, and project-based crediting. Lastly, we wanted to flag a couple of broader agency discussions separate but relevant to the LCFS. As we mentioned before, the final 2022 scoping plan will be presented to the board next month. Also, a landfill methane workshop was announced yesterday and will take place in mid-December. This is not an LCFS workshop, but it may be of interest to LCFS stakeholders. Next slide. CARB welcomes public input on alternatives to concepts addressed in the potential modeling scenarios. Please ensure that submissions discuss the ability to fulfill the purposes of the initial modeled scenarios and include the associated cost and benefit information, as well as data sources to enable comparison of economic impacts. Next slide. Staff encourages alternative approaches that may result in the same or greater benefits than those associated with the potential proposals, or that may achieve the goals at a lower cost. We'll now take a break, and when we return, we will have time for questions and comments from the public. Thank you.
Hi, folks. Just a note that we are going to be taking a break, and so we'll be back at around 10 o'clock. So we'll see you there for the Q&A. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for hanging in there for a very informative presentation by Katrina, Jeff, and Dylan. So thank you for presenting that. And we're going to move into the question and answer section. So I'm going to hand it to Katrina to kick things off and remind us how you can participate.
Thanks, Cheryl. So before we get on with the Q&A session, we would like to just kind of flag for everyone that this workshop is being recorded, and we will be posting this recording on our LCFS meetings and workshops webpage for all those who would like to view this workshop at a later time. So with that, let's now move into the feedback portion of this workshop. We would like to note that we are looking for feedback on topics that were presented today. So as a reminder, if you'd like to share feedback or ask questions, please click the raise hand button on the GoToWebinar toolbar. When I call on your name and activate your microphone, please unmute yourself, mention your name and affiliation, and provide your feedback. You'll know that you're unmuted when that microphone turns green. Just keep a lookout for that. So we have our first 3 speakers. They will be Laura Renger, Graham Noyes, and then Sam Wade. So we'll start with Laura Renger. Laura, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and then introduce yourself and mention your affiliation, and please provide your feedback.
Thank you, Katrina. Excuse me, this is Laura Renger. I am the Executive Director of the California Electric Transportation Coalition, or CALI-TC. And I first just want to thank the staff for the preparation for this workshop and for hosting this workshop today. CALI-TC strongly supports increasing the stringency to a minimum 30% compliance requirement for 2030. However, we also see the need for a nonlinear stringency increase. In 2024, we need a significant jump in the stringency percentage to return to the compliance stringency line that we should have been on. In later years, we could then see a straight line to a minimum of 30% by 2030. We also support a self-adjusting mechanism to increase stringency should the market indicators limit emission reduction potential and to provide certainty for credit generators and consumers. Today, the LCFS has the credit clearance market that provides certainty to regulated industry. CALI-TC supports the idea of creating a similar mechanism that provides certainty to the low carbon fuel industry and consumers. This ratchet mechanism would not replace the need to increase stringency or the nonlinear increase in stringency in 2024, but instead would work together with these actions to help capture the potential emissions reductions and protect consumers. Working together, these 3 ideas would help maximize the potential for the LCFS to accelerate the transition to a zero carbon fuels future. CALI-TC stands ready to work with CARB staff and other stakeholders to make this a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Let's go to Graham Noyes. Graham, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and you may begin.
Thanks very much. Graham Noyes, I'm the Executive Director of the Low Carbon Fuels Coalition. We are a technology neutral nonprofit dedicated to the support and expansion of low carbon fuel policies. So not surprisingly, there's nothing of greater importance than the reduction of carbon intensity under the California LCFS to our membership. And we really appreciate all the great work that went into the development of the materials and the thoughts underlying this and the modeling that were displayed today. Found it to be an extremely constructive presentation and thought-provoking presentation on multiple fronts. We also appreciate the importance of moving this regulatory process quickly given the importance of getting these carbon intensity reductions in place, but of course also recognize that these are some very complicated issues and some very important decisions that CARB is trying to make here, and that's going to require a lot of staff time and engagement. I think that the modeling framework that Jeff laid out was an excellent start to this, and the fact that the materials are being made available and the transparency of it is highly constructive. We're working with other stakeholders to put together engagement on the modeling in order to really respond to the questions that have been laid out to the various industries in both a comprehensive and a coordinated fashion. So we look forward to providing that input in a way that is really facilitates transparency on both sides to understand these key factors, the limiting factors that are laid out there, and where the opportunities are for new carbon intensity expansion. As everyone's aware, we've seen surprises since the beginning of the program in terms of success stories out there, and I think there will be new success stories coming forward. Very interested in alternative C and the very attractive components of that in terms of greenhouse gas and criteria pollutant and fossil reduction. I think there are some opportunities to improve on cost performance, and look forward to digging in on the modeling side there, and also to avoid unintended consequences, which I know are of concern and were referenced, and specifically environmental outcomes that are undesirable, and the need to protect communities as we decarbonize and defossilize as quickly as possible. I think there are really three key complementary areas for dedicated workshops to explore. The ratcheting mechanism is something that I think makes a great deal of sense, and of course requires a lot of attention and thought, and we look forward to participating on that. We have had a ceiling, which I think has been positive, but never a floor. We're experiencing sort of the negative consequences of that right now. So to the extent that a mechanism can be put in place that doesn't have just the time constraints that a regulatory process does, I think that's great on multiple levels. One area where I think there's tremendous potential that separately ought to be explored is on the climate smart agriculture front, and thinking about precision agriculture, and in particular to have some of the oversight mechanisms that I think are important for addressing the concerns that were raised on crop-based biofuels, and being able to really have visibility into those. And then a third category where I think dedicated workshop or workshops make sense is specific to woody biomass. The question particular to California about wildfire risk management, the very negative criteria pollutant emissions we've seen from that in terms of the wildfires recently, and also agricultural residues and agricultural byproducts. So I think those are opportunities to achieve these very aggressive carbon intensity reductions that we want to see, and achieve carbon neutrality. And we look forward to participating throughout this process. Thank you again, and with that, I'll close.
Thank you so much, Graham. Okay, we will move on to Sam Wade. Sam, I have activated your microphone. Please introduce yourself and you may begin.
Thanks, Katrina. This is Sam Wade with the Coalition for Renewable Natural Gas. We're the National Trade Association for the RNG industry, and we focus on trying to capture methane from society's organic waste streams and put it to productive use. And the LCFS has been a key tool in effectuating that outcome recently and helping us build the RNG supply across North America. We support consideration of scenarios that go above and beyond 30% by 2030. And we also recommend looking at more near-term step changes in the mid-2020s to address the oversupply situation that COVID and other issues has created. We believe the trajectories shown for the near term in slide 25 are probably all too gradual. We support a self-adjusting ratchet mechanism to avoid future oversupply situations as we're currently dealing with. Given that current oversupply situation and low price environment, we were really surprised to see some of the proposals around biomethane. It's already an uncertain investment story for RNG right now, and sort of revisiting all the major provisions of the program is extremely problematic at this point. We don't support removal of avoided methane crediting until such a time that there's a clear federal requirement exists to control methane from these sources and require productive energy use from them. That's already in the regulation, so we disagree with the framing that there's no end date specified in the current rule for this type of avoided methane crediting. If you just simply sunset that crediting without providing any sort of way of further motivating those reductions, we believe that the industries will simply stop installing digesters that control manure methane emissions, for example. We also don't support most of what's been said about changes to book and claim. The goal of our organization is to create a uniform North American market for renewable natural gas, and we don't understand what geographic limitations are being proposed. For example, we'd like clarification today, if possible, about what the Western natural gas network means in CARB's mind, and why it would be somehow more efficient to get reductions only from the Western natural gas network. With respect to limiting landfill gas in the future to only going toward EV or hydrogen uses, we'd like to better understand what's motivating that goal and why landfill gas would not be thought of as an attractive option, especially if those projects could be coupled with CCS or other things that could make them carbon negative. Finally, the 2025 phase out for book and claim from non-Western pathways is extremely concerning to us, especially if that means that it's a phase out without any grandfathering of existing pathways. So projects that have served California for a while now under the program, if they were eliminated, it would have a really chilling effect on investment across everything that the LCFS is trying to achieve. So in conclusion, we'd just like to have a chance to engage with CARB more on all these issues. Appreciate the workshop today, appreciate the staff's detailed attention to our issues, and very excited to see that there is a modeling tool that can be used to study all this empirically. But we ask that we be thought of as a successful existing tool within the LCFS and not brushed aside with such a sort of quick sort of statements that were made today without further justification as to why that's good for the climate. Thanks.
Thanks, Sam. So I just want to provide a little bit of additional context. So today we have introduced some concepts specifically on the RNG side that are meant to stimulate some conversation, and I think that it will do just that. So where we are not providing new information is that RNG really needs to be used in the hard to electrify sectors, and that's something that has been identified in the scoping plan. And so while we need to align with the scoping plan on things like getting to carbon neutrality and increasing the stringency of our targets to do so, we also have to look at where those energy sources are best used. And so we want to have that conversation on how and when we need to start signaling that adjustment and where those uses are best made. So aligning our direct delivery with something more aligned with the electricity approach is where we're talking about the Western grid. And so happy to talk more about that and how that could work and how stakeholders see that working. And also looking forward to feedback on the landfill mechanisms that you're describing. And how you see CCS working with those technologies. So looking forward to additional conversations. This is certainly not the first time we've talked about, as an agency, the need to really look at our energy sources and where they need to be best used. I'll also just note that even in this proposal, we're not proposing to cut folks off from the crediting periods that they have been granted or certified under. So where there are the 10-year avoided methane certification pathways, we're not proposing in any of these scenarios to cut that off. So that timeline is really important. We think we've come up with a reasoned and an approach that really shows a long lead time to have the conversations and to switch fuels to where they are best needed. So looking forward to additional conversations and your feedback on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sam, and thank you, Cheryl. Our next three will be Colby Morrow, Eric McAfee, and Ryan Kenny. So we'll start with Colby Morrow. Colby, I have activated your microphone. Please introduce yourself and your affiliation, and you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. My name is Colby Morrow with Southern California Gas Company, and I believe I have a very simple question. It had when Katrina talked on slide 4 about the NOP, I had noticed this morning that the administrative record commencement was issued on November 1st. And I am ignorant and don't know the difference, and thought maybe you could answer that really quickly. Thank you so much.
Thanks. If we have Gabriel on, I would ask him to help answer that question. But really, the administrative record is just acknowledging that that we are in a phase where it's likely that we're going to begin a rulemaking at some point. And so it's a legal requirement that we announce that we're starting an administrative record, and that's for our kind of administrative bookkeeping and for the public to know that we are, we're keeping all of our records related to these conversations. It doesn't determine the official kind of start of the rulemaking. We have not issued the notice of preparation yet, which is a CEQA task, a step in the CEQA record. But this does say that we have enough information right now that it looks like we would have a CEQA project, and so we have to start collecting that administrative record. So it's really just an information piece and something that acknowledges to the public that we are moving toward a CEQA project, and knowing that we are doing that, we are keeping those records associated with conversations and discussions about a potential rulemaking.
Thank you. Okay, we will now go to Eric McAfee. Eric, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and introduce yourself, and you may begin.
Hi, this is Eric McAfee. I'm the chairman and CEO of Ametis. We're the largest LCFS credit generator in California in the ethanol business, and we're spending about $450 million building a sustainable aviation and renewable diesel plant, and about $380 million building out renewable natural gas digesters and pipelines in California. And we're very interested in having a automatic formula for a low carbon fuel standard credit market mechanism. What we currently have is everybody's assured that there's a cap on how high the LCFS credit prices can go. But as we've seen over the past 2 years, there doesn't seem to be a floor. And so without a floor or some mechanism to assist the credit price to provide lenders some certainty, the LCFS has unfortunately made long-term financing very difficult. Going from $218 in 2020 in August to $63 today is, for a commercial lender and their credit committees, basically a question mark in terms of what the future valuation of LCFS would be. And back in 2020, there wasn't that level of concern. And so you saw over 8 billion gallons of renewable diesel projects, many of them being conversion of oil refiners announced, but very few of those projects have actually been able to move forward as the credit prices continue to fall. So we would encourage the scoping plan to understand that the credit price is the only mechanism to actually attract lenders. And without lenders, there are no projects. We really cannot fund all these on 100% equity. And the equity investors even have higher standards that they're looking for. So having a price floor structure that's automatically adjusting, we suggested that if the credit price floor was set at, let's say, $200 and the actual LCFS price was 10% below that, that over the next 6 months after that, the demand for LCFS credits, the number of LCFS credits required, would automatically increase by 10%. If you're 10% too low, increase it by 10%. That would automatically bring the price up to $200. And as I think everybody recognizes, if the traders in the market know that the price floor has an automatic mechanism, they will never let it fall below that price floor because they will trade up to that price knowing that it's the mechanism is in place. So without that mechanism, I think we're facing this level of uncertainty that will cause lenders to continue to not be able to proceed and will cause a lack of investment in the program, which of course then causes us not to achieve our carbon reduction goals. So we think it's critically important that we do have an automatic pricing adjustment that does not require any intervention by the board or staff, and that be in the plan, not just for the next 5 years, but for the next 25 years if possible, so that you can do 20 years of financing with a certainty of the pricing formula being in place. Thank you for taking the time today for this discussion, and we appreciate the leadership of CARB in decarbonization, and we are in full support of any efforts you would have to further discuss this. Please reach out directly to us. We post our comments online and are available at any time to talk to you about it.
Thank you, Eric. Let's move on now to Ryan Kenny. Ryan, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and you may begin.
Yes, hi, good morning. My name is Ryan Kenny with Clean Energy. Thank you for your time this morning. I have a couple questions, and maybe I can just take each one one by one. But I want to go back to what Sam Wade had brought up around book and claim and avoided methane. And I'm wondering if staff is looking to curb or eliminate any deep negative CI values for RNG, if that's one of the plans here. I appreciate the comment that this was to stimulate conversation, but I look at it differently. I look at it as something that's now in print. It's now a public document. It's a public conversation. And I know many of us in the RNG industry have considered ourselves partners with CARB on the LCFS. I know my company, Clean Energy, is an original supporter of the LCFS and champion. But I think what's been proposed here, I would say it runs counter to that collaborative partnership. I would say it's even hostile. So I would encourage CARB to abandon both of those proposals. The RNG industry is really trying to get more fuel into the pipeline, and anything that counters that is not good for California. And I'll also mention too, the scoping plan has not been adopted. It's still an ongoing document, and it doesn't necessarily eliminate the need for RNG in transportation. Yes, it does mention hard to decarbonize sectors, but it doesn't expressly eliminate the incentivizing of RNG for transportation. So maybe staff could comment further on these proposals, but again, I think this is very concerning to have this introduced today. I have other questions after that.
Hey, Ryan, thanks for the comments. Matt Patel here. So I want to flag just one piece of information on signaling for the Scalability plan. So one of the things that I think is kind of missed is that what we have called for as part of the broader energy transformation needed for 2045 is an increase in biomethane supplies to be used as a replacement for fossil gas and as a feedstock for hydrogen. But really, it's for these other sectors. As we all know, we've seen kind of the saturation of RNG in the transportation sector right now. And so what we're trying to do with these proposals or these ideas that we put out there for the scenarios is reflect a lengthy lead time to be able to encourage investment now into the infrastructure on biomethane capture and deployment to increase those supplies, because we are calling for that increase over time, but also reflect the fact that there needs to be mechanisms to move and incentivize that fuel into the other sectors, whether it's for hydrogen production or for pipeline injection. And so definitely welcome feedback on how we do that, what the mechanisms look like. But I just want to clarify that point about what the broad signaling in the scoping plan is with respect to biomethane supply and how it's going to be needed and increasing going forward. So Ryan, I'm going to ask you if you could just ask the other two questions too, so we can just take those and then we can respond to them. That would be good, so we don't have to do a bunch of back and forth. That'd be great.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't want to take up too much time, so I appreciate that. I was wondering on slide 26, it tops off at 35% CI reduction. I'm wondering if staff would consider 45% or anything higher than 35% just to meet the carbon neutrality goal. It seems a little low. If you want people to invest in the space, we think the goal should be ambitious as well. And then I was also wondering when you expect this to go to the board. I know the last slide mentions early workshops or workshops early next year. I was also wondering about third-party verification. I know many of us in the RNG industry would be happy to pay for third-party verification. We don't want to wait. So I'm wondering if staff has any update on that possibility. Also, as far as true up, what might be the status of staff's thinking on that previous conversation as well. So I'll take it offline. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thanks. I can address the target setting question. We had at a previous workshop talked initially at a very high level about targets, and we had proposed a 25 to 30% target based on kind of our very high level look at some scenarios. And the feedback that we received from the public was to go stronger. And so we did look at that, and that's why we did include the 35%. What it looks like is 35% is pretty aggressive. It would require a lot of things kind of coming together in our mind. It would as Dylan said, it front loads kind of a lot of the development of the types of energy and infrastructure we need. So, if we have some certainty around things being built and permitted, maybe there's some flexibility there. So I think that we are looking for input on where the targets should be. This was our thoughts on initial design. So looking forward to feedback on that as well. So thank you. For the other comments, we haven't really addressed them today. So generally, we're still working on things that we've just discussed in the past and might be addressed at a future workshop. So things like credit true up and things like that, we're still working on those. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next three will be Laurel Moorhead, Colin Sureis, and Ross Buckingham, and I apologize if I mispronounce any names, but we'll start with Laurel. Laurel, I have activated your mic. Please introduce yourself and you may begin.
Hi, my name's Laurel Moorhead, and I'm here on behalf of TransferFlow. TransferFlow has been in business in beautiful Northern California, manufacturing liquid fuel systems for 40 years. In 2016, the California State Legislature awarded TransferFlow the Small Business of the Year award. I have two questions today. My first is regarding CARB's upcoming landfill methane emissions in California workshop. You said today that this is not a LCFS workshop, but it may be of interest to LCFS stakeholders. My question is whether someone from the LCFS section will be there at the workshop, because it always seems cumbersome when one branch of CARB is not in align with another branch of what you guys are doing. So are you two going to align these two workshops? And then my second question is that earlier in the presentation, it was stated that the new LCFS modeling assumes full implementation of the Advanced Clean Cars 2 and the Advanced Clean Trucks, but we're not sure that these are going to be fully implemented. You've got a few hurdles to go through. First of all, they still haven't received approval from the EPA, and the EPA just invested a ton of money in alternative fuels in the Inflation Reduction Act. And secondly, you're not even sure that the public is going to adopt these. You know, if the public pushes back, then you might not have implementation. And so have you modeled backup plans in case the LCFS doesn't go all the way as planned? You know, like I know that a lot of people that work for CARB are very environmentally conscious, and they live in the cities, and cities are great for electric vehicles, but people that live in rural environments aren't really that into electric vehicles. And then, you know, I don't want to get political, but when I look at a map of California, the Bay Area and LA are Democratic strongholds, but when we look at all the counties, there's a ton of red counties, and those people, a lot of those people aren't into electric vehicles. And so if the ACC2 and the Advanced Clean Trucks aren't accepted by the public, have you modeled alternative scenarios of what that's going to look like? Thank you.
Thanks, Laurel. I appreciate the comments. Just real quickly. So on the landfill methane emissions workshop that we have scheduled and that we announced yesterday for December 5th, you know, we ISD staff who oversee both the LCFS and the work that we do on short-lived climate pollutants will be participating in that workshop. It is being led by our research division because the focus is kind of on the studies and the data that we have on landfill methane emissions based off of the work that's happened over the past. But we will definitely be participating because we know that there's been lots of questions with respect to landfill methane emissions, capture efficiency, and how that works in the LCFS. So, and then on the second piece about the scenarios, I mean, we certainly welcome feedback. I mean, what we're trying to do here is model a set of scenarios going forward that reflect what our assumptions are on potential transportation energy demand going forward. We're taking some of the work that we've done on the modeling for the scoping plan or with respect to fuel demand and energy demand into the future. And then we also know that implementation of regs that are on the books like ACC and ACT, we expect those to be fully implemented, but that there will be some uncertainty in how much exact energy will be needed going forward. And so we welcome feedback on this. And I'll just say that as part of this work, we're not assuming that every single vehicle in the state becomes a zero emission vehicle right away. We recognize that there's a trail off of legacy vehicles that are going to need liquid and gaseous fuels. That's reflected in our scoping plan. That'll be reflected in our modeling. And so there'll still be some demand for those fuels well into 2045. And we want to reflect that in the LCFS target modeling that we do as well. So welcome input on whether or not we've got the fuel supply and demand set appropriately as part of the modeling, and that's why Jeff talked a little bit earlier about the tools being posted online and the assumptions that we have in the slide deck.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Colin. Colin, I have activated your microphone. Please introduce yourself and you may begin.
Great, thank you. This is Colin Swernis. I'm the president and CEO of the Western Propane Gas Association. Thanks for letting me talk today and for organizing the workshop. So I've got a couple of points, no real questions, but would love to hear some feedback. So I do think it's really important that you do need to model and include renewable liquefied petroleum gas, AKA RLPG or renewable propane, and renewable dimethyl ether or RDME into the LCFS delivery. I did not see it on any of the slides. I don't know if that was an oversight, but if not, I would like to make sure that we're already in the market. We're already providing, you know, hundreds of millions of gallons of fuel, including tens of millions of renewable fuel gallons right now through LCFS. So I'd like to make sure that's recognized. In addition, LPG engines and drivetrains are going to prove integral in the coming decades to decarbonizing fleets and off-road vehicles, particularly reducing NOx emissions from those vehicles. And also recognizing there are already at least 8 approved renewable LPG fuel pathways that could be orphaned. That's very concerning about hearing some of these things. It's important to recognize that we're already in the market, we're already making deliveries, we're already decarbonizing fleets as well as industrial sites, commercial centers, homes. And I think that reflects something that isn't quite touched upon as much in LCFS, is that a lot of these alternative fuels and renewable fuels like renewable propane have flexibility across numerous market segments, not just transportation. And we're also doing so in very hard to decarbonize regions of the state. So that's also why orphaning that could leave some of these folks in far-flung suburban or rural communities at a higher risk, because there would not be similar alternatives that could step in overnight and replace renewable propane. We also think it's important that California cannot and should not treat itself as an island, and encouraging the continued support for low and near zero carbon fuel pathways from across the country is the only way to prevent the abandonment of massive capital and infrastructure investment made by refiners and retail marketers, including my members, who are trying to bring these renewable fuels to market. If we're going to treat LCFS as the primary method of doing so, then it's important to treat it as a global solution, not as a local solution. We also think it's important to acknowledge that there needs to be some recognition of molecule balancing across all delivery modes equally in the crediting process, including truck, tank, and mobile transmission versus just pipeline injection or grid interconnection. The CATS model must recognize that there are varied methods of delivering these fuels and treat them all equitably. Here I'd also point out that both natural gas and propane already have ample infrastructure for delivery of our fuels without the need for significant investments or crediting to ensure its delivery, which is a net cost savings to both consumers and the state that is not currently accounted for in your modeling. Assumptions also must better detail on accessibility and functionality of ZEB supply, and that's particularly in medium and heavy duty fleets, but as well as the battery electric forklifts before developing the ideal requirements. We'd be very curious to see greater detail on your modeling for the question of supply, since we already have significant concerns that some of those models may prove unrealistic within the actual market. And just to echo earlier comments, but Alternative C was very disconcerting and would have the effect of placing tremendous pressure onto the market for low and near zero fuels in a way that could potentially have the adverse effect of actually harming the market for low carbon fuels and discouraging the continued development of those fuels by putting, akin to putting a thumb on a carotid artery. We would believe that a lot of that oversupply issue has been related to the pandemic and issues related to challenges along the supply chain and goods movement side versus any fundamental shift in the marketplace. So we would encourage you to very seriously reconsider Alternative C as a potential path to go down. So other than that, thank you for your time and I appreciate a chance to participate.
Hi, Colin, this is Jordan. I appreciate the comment. Just wanted to point you to slide 19 as well. We have a number of parameters there that we'd be looking for information that you could provide relating to renewable propane that would be helpful for our modeling. So we encourage you to send us any data or pathways that you'd like to flag that could help inform the model development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Ross. Ross, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and you may begin.
Hello, this is Ross Buckingham. I'm the CEO of California Bioenergy. We're a builder, owner, operator of a large number of dairy renewable natural gas projects, primarily in California. And I just want to thank Matt and Cheryl and the Cobb team for an extremely professional presentation and for the amazing work you do on transforming California's fuel supply to low carbon. It's an incredibly important goal and we're making tremendous progress. A couple of thoughts came to mind as you presented. The first is, in a lot of my experience in new technology and markets, they often penetrate on a more of an S curve rather than a straight line. And as you drew those curves from today to 90% less carbon by 2045, I believe it was, I think we're experiencing more of an extremely typical and successful S-curve penetration, where it's easier to get the reductions early, and it's much harder to squeeze out the last few percentage of carbon points, later. And so I support a comment made earlier that I think we're going to really have to, or we have, I shouldn't say have to, the California has the opportunity to take advantage of the swelling credit bank in 2024 and make a step down on the carbon intensity curve early on to capture the innovation and the acceleration of all these low carbon fuels that responded to the higher LCFS prices back, a year or so ago. As a developer of dairy RNG, one thing that was scary in your comments was the potential limitation to a 10-year crediting period. We have over $500 million of capital on the ground in California, capturing fugitive methane and repurposing it as a fuel, protecting the environment, obviously, but also substituting for fossil. And all those business models, those financial cases are built on at least a 20-year financial model. And we contract with most of our farmers for between 20 and 30 years of manure supply. These are family farms, generational. And I'd hate to see us go back to where we were 20 years ago, where digesters were mothballed. They were built at great expense by dairy farmers, implemented, and then became white elephants and were mothballed and abandoned because the economics of sustaining them and maintaining them just wasn't there. We had some dairies go bankrupt, trying to be good stewards of the environment. And so protecting this incredible asset that's being deployed throughout California with long-term assurance of the ability to get the avoided methane credits, I think is essential. You brought up the concept of the self-adjusting mechanism, and highly supportive of something like that. One of the amazing things that's happened is the innovation in this space has been incredible. The amount of renewable fuel that's come into California, the acceleration of the curve downwards is impressive. And you all acknowledge that modeling the complex fuel system in California is extremely difficult, and we are going to get it wrong. But a ratchet or a self-adjusting mechanism that could just absorb the overproduction of low carbon fuels and just accept them into the system, and just celebrate the acceleration of the downward curve without having to go through a whole regulatory update process, I think is going to be incredibly important to maintain essentially the optionality for people to bring more fuel into California or make more fuel in California. There was another comment about how the the compressed natural gas or renewable natural gas combustion fuel market is saturated. And it is saturated with renewable natural gas, but most of that is landfill gas with a positive CI. And there's plenty of room for the CNG market in California to absorb more and more of the negative CI fuel. And I'll also point out that technology like the brand new 15-liter ultra low NOx heavy duty truck engine is going to further expand that fuels market into a very hard to electrify transportation sector. And we really need to celebrate the role that RNG can play in these big heavy duty trucks that electric motors can't handle right now. So And just to put a footnote on that is right now using renewable natural gas for thermal or some other heat related use, there is no carbon intensity value in the thermal RNG market right now. A positive CI molecule and a negative CI molecule, they're all priced the same, and there's no federal assistance from like a RIN program or else, and thus the economics of RNG for thermal just are disastrous right now. So there's a huge amount of work needed to find a home for RNG that's not in the transportation market. So with those comments, I'll wrap it up. I just want to say thank you once again. Look forward to the modeling and look forward to continuing to make California successful in these important endeavors. Thank you.
Thanks, Ross. I appreciate the comments. Just a couple of pieces I want to make sure that we're clear on. So, in some parts I agree with you there where, what we don't want to see happen is the previous investments that have been made on our methane capture projects to start to go offline and no longer get those methane reductions that we need for our 2030 targets as well as for our broader climate targets. So, backsliding and having those assets no longer capturing methane, producing biomethane would not be the outcome that we want, right? So what we're trying to do is get our hands around what is the appropriate kind of incentive period. We've got many of the biomethane producers that have been in the LCFS for some time now. They're also, going to have avoided methane crediting for much longer than 10 years. And then to your point, are these other policies going to be available that can help kind of draw some of the biomethane or the resources into other sectors? And so really looking for feedback on kind of the mechanisms that we need to deploy as part of this transition that we're seeing for both the growth of biomethane into multiple different sectors, but also the move away from transportation as the demand starts to decline over the coming years. And so we're talking about timeframes to 2030 to 2040, which is fairly lengthy in terms of the lead time. And then the final thing I'll just put out a request for you, it's feedback to us on what is the appropriate payback period based on data that you can provide around the investments that all have made, but also the ongoing operation. Like I said, we don't want to see these assets go down, but we also understand that there's payback associated with capital investments and then ongoing costs. So any data that you want to provide to us that helps us kind of make informed decisions on both the timeline and the mechanisms that we're talking about here would be helpful. All right, Katrina.
Thanks, Matt. So our next three will be Charles White, Mikhail Svarla, and Oscar Garcia. So we'll start with Charles. Charles, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and then introduce yourself, and you may begin.
Great, I think you can hear me. This is Charles, you can call me Chuck, Chuck White.
Hi, Chuck, we can hear you.
Good. I'm a senior advisor with the firm of Manette, Phelps and Phillips here in Sacramento, although we're nationwide a law firm and consulting firm. We have a number of clients that are really following this issue with great interest. And I'll get into that in a second. I'm not going to get into individual ones, but as others have mentioned, we're really appreciative of the thought and effort that has been put into this presentation today, and we're sure it will continue into future workshops that are going to be needed to kind of put the final touch on what the new LCFS is going to look like. And the one area, others have mentioned it, but I really wanted to highlight it, is how does the LCFS link with the other programs, particularly dealing with climate change and greenhouse gas emissions. And the two areas that I've been most familiar with in my professional career is the management of waste, both municipal waste, agricultural waste, and forest waste. And a lot of those waste practices generate a lot of methane. Landfills, I know you're going to have a workshop on, which we'll be interested in paying attention to. But other agricultural activities, dairies and other things emit methane. In fact, that's the reason where you can get to some of these very negative CI factors. Really, a lot of it's for the production of renewable natural gas. And I'm concerned about, and many people are concerned, as we've heard this morning, about somehow cutting that off or reducing it. And I may be in favor of other types of low carbon fuels, but it's going to be detrimental to the other aspects of reducing methane from particularly waste type of activities. And I really think that, I'm sure you will, that CARB is going to take a long and very careful look. Does it really make sense to reduce dependency on renewable natural gas that has very negative CI numbers because of the benefit not only to the low carbon fuel standard, but the benefit to other aspects of reducing greenhouse gas emissions in California or even nationwide for that matter. And in my last final thought, and I'm not trying to promote this, but I'm wondering if at some point CARB could take a look at an LCES, not a low carbon fuel standard, LCFS, but a low carbon energy standard. And as we transition, I know you're interested in transitioning away to a broader aspect of just transportation fuels, but what about the idea of a low carbon energy, and how can we have a program perhaps similar, perhaps different than the LCFS that would really encourage low carbon energy in its many forms, and to really put a price signal on not just low carbon transportation fuels, but low carbon energy altogether. And we support the electrification. I know it's a high priority of CARB, but I think the really prioritization ought to be on low carbon energy. And we don't have a specific mechanism like the LCFS that could take a look at that. I'm not necessarily promoting that, but I'm thinking that CARB really needs to start taking a look at that idea of a low carbon energy standard to perhaps transition the low carbon fuel standard into something new. And I would just like to hear more discussion of that. And it's no recommendation other than just let's talk about it, please. So that's all I really have on those two things. The idea of kind of broadening the low carbon fuel standard, and two, don't get rid of the incentive that the LCFS provides for negative CI fuels. I mean, that is so important to helping California and the world meet its low carbon energy goals. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just say that for right now, the low carbon fuel standard is focused on the transportation sector. It's a pretty major policy, and it's a big program for just addressing transportation. So we are focused on keeping it centered around transportation for right now. And yeah, it's just one of the strategies that works together with a number of strategies as detailed in the scoping plan, and that work together toward our California climate goals. Matt, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, no, I always just get a flag that really like what we're talking about in the scoping plan is the broader energy policy and the need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions across all sectors of the economy, and the deployment of the various different strategies that we have in terms of the clean electricity targets the legislature has established, and they reinforced as part of this legislative cycle, as well as things like our state's cap and trade program, which prices carbon in not just the transportation sector, but also in the other sectors as well. And so, as we move past the scoping plan implementation, we'll be looking at how we can deploy those tools to more effectively get out the outcomes that we're calling for across the energy system, not just the transportation space. And this LCFS program, continue to be focused on transportation. All right, Katrina.
Thanks, Matt. Okay, let's now go to Mikhail. I have activated your microphone, Mikhail. Please unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and you may begin.
Thank you. Appreciate the concepts put out there today. My name is Mikhail Skavarla. I'm with the Gualco Group here on behalf of the California Hydrogen Coalition. Based on our previous comments, it looks like the modeling is gearing towards scenario B and C in terms of what we want to support. I think ACC2 and Advanced Clean Fleets have some pretty ambitious goals for our market and market segments and customer segments that will require capacity crediting as proposed in those two scenarios. And so to that extent, we want to lend our support there and work with CARB on furthering the policy details as they get deeper into the modeling exercise. Additionally, I had a question on that specifically, which it's kind of generically stated as 10%. I assume that is 2.5 for the existing HRI pathway and the additional 2.5 for the existing FCI pathway, and then the addition of 2 different 2.5 deficits for HD HRI and HD FCI. Am I reading that correctly?
Hi, Mick. Thanks. I just want to start with the scenarios or the alternatives. I want to be clear that those are our initial concepts of just trying to start this conversation of what the scenario designs should look like. We haven't decided on exactly what those should be, and that's why we want to have this conversation. So we put out a variety and just want to be sure that people know that they can provide inputs in addition to, it's not choose one of these at this point. It's really about providing input into which scenarios should we be moving forward with and be running in the tool, and starting that conversation of what we're looking at. So really open to other options aside from just those 3 that we detailed today. So want to note that. And then the 10%. So we didn't put any details in there regarding light duty, medium duty, heavy duty. Very clear to us that we need to be looking at the medium and heavy duty sector infrastructure. We need to get there. We need to be promoting the development of that charging infrastructure, just like the LCFS did for the light duty sector. How that will play out, we're still working on, and we've gotten really good feedback, especially on the hydrogen side and the electricity side as well, on the support that's needed, what that structure would look like. It's not still, we're still looking at what level of support is needed. Does it have to be a specific carve out? Does it look at like a 2.5% for each category? Do we need to have 10%? Can we have a mixture of light duty and heavy duty within a certain kind of carve out? So all of those are still kind of on the table, and we're thinking about them. And the data that folks have provided up to now has really helped us, but we're still trying to understand what does the support look like that's needed to really deploy especially the medium and heavy duty, but also, keeping the conversation open on the light duty of what ongoing support is needed. Right now, the light duty sector infrastructure doesn't even use half of the limit that they have right now. So, it's unclear to us the level of support, the amount that we need to have, and if we need to increase that overall 5% to a 10%. So that's why we included those scenarios. So want to just say the conversation's open. We know we need to be really strongly looking at medium and heavy duty, but aside from that, we just wanted to kind of include the 5 to 10% range because that conversation is still pretty open. So looking forward to additional feedback you have on that.
Thank you, Cheryl. Let's go to Oscar Garcia. Oscar, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and introduce yourself, and you may begin.
Hi, good morning. My name is Oscar Garcia, and I'm with Nesti. Today I had a few comments. So first of all, I wanted to thank CARB for today's session. We're excited for these LCFS reg updates. I specifically wanted to comment on slide 26. It looks like CARB must decide between a crop cap or a higher CI reduction goal. And just based on the comments provided in the CARB LCFS workshop on July 7th, a lot of data was provided showing no negative impacts due to the ILUC factors. The ILUC factors are preventing the negative impacts that CARB is concerned with, and they're also limiting credits from virgin oils. However, the data is very clear that climate change is happening, and so delaying GHG reductions because of a crop cap could have irreversible impacts. I did have a question related to the inclusion of some of the LCFS credit generation programs, such as the in-use locomotives regulation. Is CARB planning to include all of these programs that are counting on the LCFS program for credits, given that these programs could put downward pressure on the credit price, could potentially make some of the alternatives more viable? So that's my first question. And my second question is, given the Thanksgiving holiday, would it be possible to push back the due date for comments to perhaps December 9th to give folks enough time to adequately comment on this great work that was prepared by CARB?
Hi, I'll start. So on the alternatives, really where we wanted to show is that with each policy or with each policy that we're talking about, there comes with trade-offs, right? We could go really hard on targets, and what does that mean for the policy discussions that we're having? So it's really that table that kind of shows the metrics, the relative metrics, is an important one to think about when we're thinking about, do we want to go really aggressive and hard to get the most GHG reductions now? Well, what does that mean in terms of the policies and the assumptions? We have to then assume that things are going to get built. And are we seeing evidence of that? Would we need to have more RD production as an option versus limiting crop-based feedstocks? So we're still having that discussion on all of these policy issues and still gathering evidence of, do we need to put limits on crop-based feedstocks, for example, and having the RNG discussion, things like that. So, but we really wanted to showcase that everything here comes with a trade-off. You can't kind of have all of the great things without having some really real discussions about what the impacts are. And so on the RD side, I will hand that to Jordan.
Thanks, Cheryl. Hi, Oscar. Yeah, I just wanted to respond to your question about other programs incentivizing or requiring renewable diesel. So for the scenario development, as we get into that formal process in the future, our baseline is going to need to account for regulations that are on the books at the time of the scenarios being put together. But in that specific instance, renewable diesel used in locomotives is already eligible for crediting if it's used within California. So there's ways that we could make assumptions about how much would likely be used in that sector. If we needed to update the modeling to make things more stringent in the future because of more renewable diesel use, we could always do that in a future rulemaking as well. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Let's go. So our next three will be Sarah Fitzsimon, David Dunn, and Christine Ball Blakely. So let's go first with Sarah. Sarah, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and you may begin.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. As you said, my name is Sarah Fitzsimon, and I am the Policy Director at the California Hydrogen Business Council. So the CHBC is really appreciative of CARB's work to administer this successful LCFS program. It's played a huge role in growing the statewide light-duty hydrogen fueling network. So just a couple comments on what we're supporting about this proposal. So we do support changes to the LCFS program that incentivizes lower carbon intensity of transportation fuels like hydrogen. And we also support, as recommended in the draft 2022 scoping plan and highlighted earlier in this presentation, the development of an LCFS heavy-duty ZEV fueling and infrastructure provision. Specifically, we support a combination of light-duty and medium heavy-duty ZEV infrastructure credits to be generated up to 10% of deficits, specifically extending the light-duty HRI provision and adding an additional 2.5% for heavy-duty HRI. We're really excited about these potential changes. We're very glad to be able to comment. Hopefully we'll be able to submit something written as well, and appreciative of all your work that you've done on this program so far. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sarah. Let's go to David Dunn. David, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and say your name and affiliation, and you may begin.
Yeah, hi, this is David Dunn with Hartree Partners. And I wanted to just maybe get some clarity on the crop-based biofuels assumption, so slide 28. So with the alternative A and alternative B, where you talk about limiting the generation from virgin oil feedstocks, the way the program is currently set up, we have 45 days after a quarter to submit the quantities of fuels provided with their feedstock source, and then it's another 45 days to rec. So you're not getting final data for a quarter after. I'm just kind of wondering if you've given any thought to if the feedback came in sort of in favor of limiting this, how you could even go about implementing that the way the system is set up today, and not avoid what would be just a mad rush to supply virgin oils in, say, Q1 and Q2 of every given year, and then just take that product maybe to another LCFS program while backfilling it with waste oils in the latter half.
Yes, thanks. We have asked for how mechanisms would work through our public feedback. We haven't gotten as much feedback on how that would work as we would like. So if you have some to add, we would really be supportive of that. I think that there's a few things that staff are thinking just to provide a little bit more certainty on how some sort of limit would work. So we don't want to, we provide some kind of certainty in how we would roll that out, but looking forward to folks' feedback on mechanisms that could work, and we would obviously workshop that and discuss it in the reg development process.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to Christine Ball-Blakely. I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and then introduce yourself, and you may begin.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Christine Ball-Blakely, and I'm a staff attorney at the Animal Legal Defense Fund. We're a member of the coalition of organizations and communities opposing the inclusion of factory farm gas in the low carbon fuel standard. As we've already explained in our petition for rulemaking, our petition for reconsideration, and dozens of comments in opposition to factory farm gas pathway applications, we want to see CARB remove factory farm gas from the low carbon fuel standard and prioritize a livable climate, breathable air, and drinkable water for residents whose communities are polluted by factory farms. Accordingly, we would like to see removal of factory farm gas from the LCFS as an underlying assumption in each of these alternatives. And in fact, justice demands that factory farm gas not be included in any of California's climate programs going forward. Factory farm gas emissions should be prevented at the source, not incentivized. Right now, alternative C represents no change, and alternatives A and B will stoke continued factory farm gas production in the near term. This is the opposite of what needs to happen. CARB's inclusion of factory farm gas in the low carbon fuel standard is incentivizing the continued expansion, consolidation, and proliferation of factory farms, which are major polluters and are fueling the climate crisis. These things are happening now, and CARB needs to address them now. Factory farm gas is exacerbating sacrifice zones in the San Joaquin Valley and across America, as factory farms disproportionately impact low-income communities and communities of color. CARB must prioritize environmental justice, and it simply can't do that while it continues stoking the manure gold rush that is underway as a result of the inclusion of factory farm gas in the low carbon fuel standard. Federal policymakers are taking note, and the time for change is now. Finally, the carbon intensity calculations for factory farm gas are wildly inappropriate. These fuels are not actually carbon negative, and this is warping the low carbon fuel standard as a whole. Another issue is that CARB is encouraging and crediting factory farm gas projects that are not resulting in additional emission reductions as required. These are all very serious issues, and CARB cannot wait to act on them. Again, we ask that CARB remove factory farm gas from the low carbon fuel standard, or at least address the serious flaws that I have noted here. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Let's go to, okay, our next three will be Kaylin McIntosh, Stephen Rosenblum, and David Asti. So we will start with Caitlin. Kaylin, sorry. I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and you may begin.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Kaylin McIntosh with AJW. We're a consulting firm based in Sacramento in DC with many clients actively participating in the LCFS. I wanted to take a moment to make some comments regarding the self-adjusting CI target mechanism that staff briefly mentioned earlier. Firstly, AJW strongly supports increasing the stringency of the LCFS. We all know from the past year or so that the program has been overperforming. Credit prices have dropped and the credit bank has increased. The LCFS has some features that already protect against price run-ups, but no built-in feature that responds to overperformance. Instituting a self-executing ratchet mechanism that increases stringency, triggered only when there is sustained overperformance, would not only be complementary in nature to increasing the overall stringency of the program, but will allow the regulation to continue to send strong market signals that will drive innovation and not leave further GHG reductions on the table. We ask that CARB staff develop this concept further and include it as an amendment in the LCFS updates. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaylin. Let's go to Stephen Rosenblum. Stephen, I have activated your microphone. Please introduce yourself and you may begin.
Yeah, hello, this is Stephen Rosenblum. I'm a member of Climate Action California, which is an organization in California, a coalition dedicated to reducing climate destructive effects of carbon in our atmosphere. We're going to be submitting written comments on this workshop, but I just wanted to make a few remarks in response to the biological sources of fuels. The first has to do with methane from manure using digesters. The way CARB values it now, it has a negative carbon emission, carbon intensity, which gives it a huge amounts of credits. So this has led to applications from states as far away as Wisconsin and Pennsylvania to ship their manure methane to California and convert it into hydrogen for electric vehicles or for vehicle transportation. This is what I call an unintended consequence and a perverse incentive. It basically puts dairy farmers in the manure business. It incentivizes them to have large herds, typically thousands of cows, because it doesn't make sense for 100 dairy cows to have a digester system. So you're encouraging increasing herd size, and this creates an industrial system. It's not what we would think of as agriculture in the 19th century sense of a farmer in his fields, but these are huge operations run by huge corporations. And as Christine pointed out, the other consequences of this massive manure farming is that the pollution in the local communities is increased. The smells from the barn, from the manure being flushed into the digester, the criteria pollutants emitted in the process, health consequences. These are all well documented. So I would urge CARB to consider phasing out the carbon intensity credits for manure, particularly, because it has led to these perverse consequences. I think a 10-year timeline is certainly more than generous. I would encourage you to look at a shorter timeline, because at the amounts of money that are being generated by these manure farms, at a herd size of 1,000 cows, it has been estimated that you can get as much as 50 cents additional profit per gallon of milk sold, which is a huge amount in the wholesale milk market. So that's the first thing I wanted to mention. The second thing is that a second unintended consequence of renewable fuels, for example, for renewable diesel and sustainable aviation fuels, as was pointed out in the discussion today, causes a large amount of impact on croplands and natural and working lands. For example, if renewable diesel is made from virgin soy oil, just the 2 refineries being proposed in California would use half of the U.S. soy crop to create the renewable diesel they plan to create. I think this is an impact that cannot be neglected. It's a competition between food and fuel and land use, and we cannot be incentivizing this on the false assumption that carbon that was in the ground for 1 million years is less injurious to the ecosystem than carbon that was in the ground 2 years ago. CO2 in the atmosphere is up there, and it's going to be up there for hundreds to thousands of years. So we have to stop burning carbon, regardless of where it comes from. Thank you very much for the time, and I appreciate the efforts of CARB to open this discussion, and we will be submitting written comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. I just want to make a couple of quick points. And first and foremost, I want to say that, what we have seen is that reducing methane emissions remains a really critical part of our overall climate strategy. We have statutory responsibilities under SB 1383 to reduce dairy methane emissions by 40% by 2030. And we've seen through the scoping plan process that those methane emissions coming from the dairy and livestock sector, coming from the waste sector, and coming from the oil and gas sector are going to be a challenge to abate. And so that we need to continue to deploy strategies that actually reduce those emissions now to hit those 2030 targets, particularly for the dairy and livestock sector. So, what that looks like. It looks like a kind of continued push on things like dairy digesters to support those methane reductions, on manure management practices, and hopefully we also get some enteric methane reductions that we can get before 2030 to really push the sector to reduce its methane emissions to achieve those short-lived climate pollutant goals that we need for the state. We've had lots of conversations and public workshops around this question about like what is happening on the dairies, and lots of input from various different stakeholders. We held a workshop earlier this year where we heard that there is some consolidation going on in the industry, but there's also declines in herd size that are happening writ large across the industry, and that those consolidations and those declines in herd size are tied to kind of an intricate market for milk and dairy products, and not necessarily directly correlated to the deployment of our LCFS program. So I just want to make sure that it's clear that we do need these methane reduction strategies deployed in California if we're going to hit our climate goals and reduce our emissions. All right, Katrina, I think you're up.
Thanks, Matt. So we'll now call on David Asti. I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and you may begin.
Thanks, Katrina. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Good deal. I'm David Asti with Southern California Edison. Would like to say that SCE commends CARB for establishing the LCFS regulation, which has been a successful tool for reducing transportation sector emissions. And of course, we're looking forward to working with CARB on potential changes to the LCFS that will further accelerate the transition towards zero emissions transportation here and in other states. And with that in mind, we offer a few comments for CARB's consideration. A lot of these are going to echo comments made earlier from Executive Director Renger at Cal ETC. SCE supports a 30% compliance target at a minimum by 2030. In addition, we support a step adjustment to take effect as soon as the new regulation is enacted to get the compliance mechanism back on track. This, along with a ratchet mechanism or similar method that would allow off-reg updates the compliance target to ensure California isn't leaving attainable GHG emissions reductions on the table. We also support preliminary 5-year targets out into the future, for example, 2035, 2040, et cetera, that align with CARB's and the governor's long-term GHG reduction targets, as this will send strong signals to the market that will ensure continued investment in low carbon fuels. And thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, David. Okay, our next three will be Andre Templeman, Thad Kurowski, and Mark Ventura. So we'll start with Andre. Andre, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and introduce yourself, and you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me? I'm hoping so.
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. I guess my first comment, I'll make a couple of comments and then some questions. First of all, I guess I would admonish ARB to make the model available publicly, like the entire model that you've built, just like I think was done last time when we looked at changes to the LCFS market. I work for Alpha Inception, and we have completed modeling out through 2030, and do agree that you need to fix something. In terms of CI targets, our modeling shows that if nothing's done, the market will get to about 80 million surplus credits in the bank by 2030, and that the prices would actually drop below zero for short periods of time. So, unless you want to see prices go negative, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people on the phone would freak out, we do think that something has to be changed. But our modeling in all circumstances, even 35%, shows that we are going to exceed 25 to 30 million before the curve is starting to lower. So I think, while you're looking at the implementation of some of these changes, you also have to look at sort of what the effect is on the bank, because I think the bank has a big impact on what happens to prices. Second of all, and this is more of a statement. A year and a half ago, when we went around and spoke to a lot of the LCFS credit participants, generators, and suggested that they lock in long-term pricing, which at the time was, you could get 5 years for over 170. I had a lot of people basically say, look, I keep getting 200, so I'm never going to sell at 170. And we said, yeah, that's why it's called a market, and that's prices can go down. So I guess my comment is that the LCFS low market prices are not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, if you're going to have a market, then that market has to be able to go down as well as up. So anybody talking about, floors at 200, it's not a market if the floor is 200 and the ceiling's 230. That's just an administrative tax, and just call it what it is. So I would say you have to always remember that the LCFS price is being paid by somebody. In this case, $200 credit pricing later on in the 2020s amounts to a massive regressive tax on gasoline. And I'm not opposed to higher prices on gasoline. I think that's a good thing because it pushes people to do the right thing. But it's typically borne by the lowest rungs of the socioeconomic ladder in a significant way, right? High-priced people have a lot of money, have no problems with gasoline at $10. But somebody who's living on minimum wage has a real problem with gasoline at $10. So we have to remember that high gasoline prices are a political issue. I go back to sort of the pigs get slaughtered, or hogs get slaughtered, pigs get killed, or whatever the saying is. But basically the point that we have to remember that this does get paid by somebody, and it's the California consumer. So let's fix the market. Let's get it back up to a price that incentivizes investment, but let's not go crazy, because if you go crazy, you're going to hit a huge political issue. And we did see this last election that high gasoline prices were a huge political issue. There's a floor mechanism that could be implemented. We've got a sort of proxy mechanism that could work. I don't know that we're going to submit it, just because we haven't had any of our clients sort of suggest that they want to see that in the market. But there are ways to bring in a floor where you could sort of establish an auction for some of the utility credits and other credits to be taken off the market if there's not a minimum that's met, and an elongation of the requirement on the LCFS deficit users that could create a floor. But it's very, very complicated. It's been done in other markets, But unless the state steps in to sort of actually buy the credits, which I don't think's ever been on the table, designing that floor would be very, very complicated, and you have to do it very well. If you don't, you can have massive unintended consequences. Last 2 points, and I guess this is sort of back to questions. Does the governor's point about including aviation fuel with a 20% credit target, does that potentially suggest that ARB is open to bringing in aviation fuels under the cap and having them generate deficits in addition to voluntary credits? I think that'd actually be a very smart thing to consider. To some extent, captive audience, the planes have to be fueled in California, so, and it is, carbon emitting fossil fuels, so something to discuss. And then secondly, the next question would be, in order to sort of focus the program on the fuels that are not currently being worked on, could you set up a mechanism rather than sunset credits, as you've discussed, maybe it's a mechanism of discounting credits once certain fuel streams have reached certain benchmarks. So let's say, as an example, if you got to renewable diesel where 80% of the fuel of the diesel fuel stream in California was renewable or biodiesel, then renewable diesel credits are only worth 90% of another credit, so that you can still keep revenue streams for some of these streams that we've talked about, without taking away all of the incentive, but focusing the incentive on the fuel streams like gasoline, where you need biogasoline and different things like that. Our modeling does show, by the way, that if you don't at least discount or sunset something, that we don't peak the market until about 2028 at about 25 million credits. So I'm very happy with what you guys have suggested. I think a lot of this should be open for discussion. And then my last quick point is, to some of the points that were brought up on unintended consequences, when people like me look at this system and see Brazilian ethanol coming up to the United States, being sold into California, and then chemically identical ethanol being sent from the United States down to Brazil, when things like that occur, you have to look at the market and say, is this really working the way we wanted it to? And so I think one of the things that CARB needs to do is reevaluate all aspects of the market. And when there are things that just seem dumb, and I would say it seems dumb to me to import ethanol and export the exact same ethanol and burn a whole bunch of fuel doing it, the things like that get eliminated from the program and considered as things that shouldn't be done. Those are my questions and comments. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Andre. Thanks for the comments. So just a couple of points that I wanted to make. We have very clearly focused on how we can support a equitable transition on the transportation sector side for low-income disadvantaged communities by supporting the need for clean and affordable and reliable fuels for those communities, and the vehicles that are going to be providing the criteria pollutant reductions and greenhouse gas reductions that are also going to improve air quality across the state. And so to that end, there's many conversations going on kind of equity provisions across various different CARB transportation programs. And the governor's also made a historic investment in low-income households for ZEVs in the most recent Budget Act. And that those types of activities are going to continue. And we also look forward to a future conversation as part of the LCFS rulemaking and how our program here could support some of those equity outcomes so that we don't have some unintended consequences and we can actually have households across California participating in this clean energy and technology transformation that we're talking about. On the aviation side, so just to clarify, what the governor called for was 20% zero emission aviation by 2045 and the remaining aviation demand to be met by sustainable aviation fuels. And so it wasn't specific about the LCFS as the place to do it, but clearly set the markers out there in terms of what we need to accomplish from a fuel and technology standpoint. And so now, as part of the scoping plan and as part of the LCFS, we're looking at how do we actually make that happen. And then finally, it sounds like you've done a lot of work here on the modeling to kind of assess what the LCFS market should look like, and various different kind of policy considerations. We've been meeting with folks, and a number of folks have come to us with their own modeling tools and their data to show what they think the market will look like going forward. And that is important and valuable information for us that we're asking that people submit in their comments. Extend the same opportunity to you. Give us your model and your assumptions, and tell us kind of what you see going forward. Put it in the public comment record. Happy to evaluate it, like we have been with some of the other folks that we've been hearing from. So I think with that, Katrina, I'm going to hand it back to you for the next speaker.
Thanks, Matt. Let's go to Thad. Thad, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself, which you've already done, and introduce yourself, and you may begin.
Thanks, Katrina. My name is Thad Karowski. I'm the LCFS policy lead for Tesla, among other hats. As a producer of numerous light-duty battery electric vehicles, the vast EV charging network, and our soon-to-be delivered fully electric Tesla Semi, which we're extremely excited about, Tesla supports CARB and California's U.S. leadership role in addressing emissions from the transportation sector. I want to share my appreciation for staff's considerations and the excellent explanations of the scenario modeling that took place earlier. A few comments. Others have noted support for increasing the stringency of the LCFS program in order to provide greater certainty to project developers, really to ensure that the LCFS truly functions to spur innovation as it's been intended. Tesla agrees with those stakeholders and encourages CARB staff to propose rules correct for the current overcompliance situation, stepping up the program stringency quickly when the rules go into effect to correct the market at that point. Additionally, I've heard numerous comments over the past few years really asking CARB to act sooner, and at somewhat the risk of beating this drum, to try to put revisions to the LCFS rules into place earlier than 2024 to address this oversupply issue that I've mentioned. Tesla continues to support expediting this rulemaking and bringing it forward if possible. We also support learning from the predicament the program is currently facing, and including a self-adjusting CI target mechanism to protect against this in the future situations. As California is the national leader, I think we can't afford to have projects be delayed that can address the emissions reductions that we're seeking. And lastly, Tesla supports the stringency and increased stringency. We've completed analysis of our own and believe CARB could reasonably adopt a standard, potentially up to the 35%. I will stop there. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Look forward to further engagement, and we will certainly provide more robust written comments by the deadline. Thank you.
Thank you, Thad. Let's go to Mark Ventura. Mark, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and you may begin.
Good morning. My name is Mark Ventura. I work for Phillips 66. Phillips 66 is a fuel producer and supplier of both petroleum fuels and renewable fuels in the state of California, as well as the US. We also market under the 76 brand in the retail network on the West Coast. My question today has to do with the CATS model. My question is the CATS model a new model, and will it be used as the first time in the LCFS rulemaking? I don't recall a discussion around CATS modeling back in 2018. In 2018, I remember seeing illustrative scenarios. So my question is, robust the CATS model is, and is CARB planning to also provide illustrative compliance scenario in addition to the CATS model throughout the rulemaking this coming year? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so the model that we've developed is similar in nature to the biofuel supply model that we've used in past rulemakings. They were used in 2017 and 2018. So we are updating that. The market is even more complex, so we had to update our modeling, and but it is an optimization model. And so staff develop a model for the LCFS that we use just to run scenarios. So it is based on past models that we've had. I don't know if Jordan or someone wants to add anything else.
Sure. Hi, Mark. Just to follow up on the outputs aspect of your question too. So we mentioned we plan to do a workshop hopefully in early 2023, following up on this with more information about outputs from actual modeling scenarios. And the format that we post that in, we could certainly put that in the illustrative compliance scenario calculator. That's the process that we used back in 2017, 2018 timeframe, was to use that biofuel supply module first, and then that would feed into the ICSC. So we can certainly look at the best way to present outputs and results in the future once we get to that point.
Thank you, Cheryl and Jordan. Our next three speakers will be Floyd Vergara, Moldy Essid, and Neil Kohler. We'll start with Floyd. Floyd, I have activated your microphone. Please introduce yourself and you may begin.
Yeah, thank you. Floyd Vergara with the Clean Fuels Alliance America. We're the National Trade Association representing the biodiesel, renewable diesel, and the only commercial sustainable aviation fuel producer industry. So very happy to be participating in this. Clean Fuels has had a long-standing and positive relationship with CARB folks. Really appreciate the hard work. So thanks to CARB staff, really appreciate the hard work that went into this. I have a couple of procedural and substantive comments and questions. On the procedural side of things, given all of the hard work that you all put into this, I think it would behoove you or behoove us to be able to give you the full justice to all of the hard work by being able to first be able to get these materials sooner than I think it was 20 minutes before the start of the workshop. So if at all possible, we can have these available online much earlier than that. Really, I think that would result in much better, more comprehensive feedback to you all. And I would support the previous comments with respect to being able to actually see the CATS model. It sounds to me like that's either a variation on the illustrative scenario model or the, I think as Cheryl mentioned, the biofuels optimization. But either way, those were made available for the public in the past. I don't understand why we can't see those now and run these models in parallel with CARB staff, especially if you're asking us to give you feedback on whether alternatives A, B, or C are the right ones, or if there are other ones that we think would be better. It seems like we can't really answer that question without knowing what's in the black box. I mean, you're just asking us to provide input on what goes into the black box without knowing what's in the black box. So it makes it very challenging to give you, constructive feedback on alternative scenarios to those that you're already looking at. On the substantive side of things, I think, we strongly support, strong CI targets, both pre and post 2030. Encourage you to do modeling and take a look at harmonizing the program with Oregon's recent expansion of their clean fuels program. They recently adopted a 37% target by 2035. And then on a more substantive, part of it, we think the ratcheting concept is interesting. We'll wait to see, how that fleshes out to provide more comments on that. I think the biggest concern for us is, of course, the discussions and the concepts with regard to constraining biofuels. I know in the previous workshop, this was framed as kind of a, well, this was suggested to us based on developments in Europe. What do you guys think? It seems to me that it has been reframed in this workshop as a CARB staff proposal, which really concerns me and our members in the biodiesel, renewable diesel, and SAF industries, because we haven't really seen what went into the thinking of proposing this. It's really just well, there was some stakeholder concerns with regard to sustainability, and therefore we're going to propose constraining either the feedstock or the credits from these fuels that are providing, almost half of the carbon reductions in the LCFS for the past 5 years. And so in my mind, and as we pointed out in previous comments, is you already have a working modeling framework, which is the ILUC modeling that was developed through extensive public vetting, 2 years with 9 technical subgroups, one of which was looking specifically at food versus fuel. I think another one was looking at deforestation. The outcome of that public process and 2 scientific peer reviews was this ILUC modeling framework. And so it seems to me you're kind of putting the cart before the horse. The ILUC modeling is supposed to tell you whether there's an issue, and then that result helps to inform what the proposed solution is. You're proposing a solution without telling us that there is an issue or to what extent that issue is. I would submit to you that the proper sequence of events would be to take a look at the science underlying that ILUC modeling, update that first to reflect the current science, and then tell us what it tells you. And then we can move from there in terms of informing next steps. And I would submit to you that the latest science on ILUC, as produced by Argonne National Lab, Purdue, and others, reflects the long-term decrease in the estimates of indirect land use change impacts from biofuels ever since this issue came up in 2009. And there's, the current estimates are, I think, along the lines of 90% less indirect land use change impact from what it was originally estimated. And so it seems to me that you are really, putting the cart before the horse. The ILUC modeling, current science suggests that it's much less of an impact than originally estimated, and yet you're proposing to constrain the very fuels that are providing immediate drop-in greenhouse gas criteria and toxic pollutant reductions right now, and in the most difficult to electrify sectors, which is the medium heavy-duty sector, marine, rail, and so forth. So I'm trying to wrap my brain around, how we got from this being suggested by a stakeholder to now this being suggested by CARB staff without really seeing any sort of elaboration on what the rationale was going to that. We simply just leaped into a conclusion that in my mind isn't really justified by the science.
Hi, Floyd, thanks. So yes, we have posted a number of materials online this morning, and again, we have a comment period for about 3 weeks. We have put a lot of documentation out and a number of the inputs to the model, and really what we are looking for is some feedback on whether those assumptions are correct. We are continuing to work on the model, and so as we get feedback, we will incorporate that, and we're also trying to do the QA/QC of the model so that we can post it. So we will be posting that when it's ready, not intending for it to be a black box. We also know it's a complicated process of modeling and understanding it, so we did want to do a kind of stepwise introduction. So this is certainly not the only time that we're going to be talking about the model or the scenarios. So I thank you for your patience and the input to get that model out, and we are working on providing that externally. But there are a lot of documents that we've posted this morning regarding the inputs. So looking forward to feedback on that. Also just want to talk about that, on all of our assumptions and policies, we revisit them from time to time, just like the scoping plan gets revisited, we revisit our policies, and that's appropriate to do as the landscape changes and as we get new information, and that's what we do with all of our policies in the LCFS. So it is appropriate for us to hear what is going on in the state of the science. If we think that that is a concern, or our board thinks it's something that we should look into, we certainly can do that, and then see what the public information is, what the research says, and then have that public discussion. So that's the process that we're in now. So looking forward to ongoing considerations of that as part of the rulemaking. Thanks.
Thanks, Cheryl. Okay, let's go to Moldy Acid. I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and you may begin.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to put forward some thoughts to make the LCFS program better. Thank you for all the efforts that CARB is putting forward to make sure that LCFS is a solid program, and we can also see that in the outperformance and the number of credits already in the market. My name is Moldy. I work with World Energy. We are a supplier of, we are a producer and supplier of renewable fuels, mainly sustainable aviation fuel, renewable diesel, and renewable naphtha. And I would like to just, maybe say one comment that is, I think it's very important for the program, for the LCFS program to actually achieve the results intended. Is crucial that we stick with the goal. And the goal, I think, behind the LCFS program is to decarbonize the transportation sector. And for that matter, as a producer, it is important that we guarantee and we give certainty to the LCFS credit price to ensure that all investments are done on a solid base, and for the producer as well to make money in the long run. We've seen that we have an abundance of credits right now, and I think instead of maybe trying to exclude some programs from creating LCFS credits, and these basically programs are really reducing the carbon intensity of the transportation fuels. I think it's better maybe to go with a price floor, a mechanism that maybe some of us would not, we are not in favor of, but as you know, we would like to leave the market determining the price, supply and demand and all that. But as we see here, if this trend continues, producer like us and probably many in other states will definitely send their product to the market where the credits are more favorable. So just a remark, and again, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, let's now go to, we'll have the next three, which are Jim Verberg, Noah Garcia, and Brian McDonald. We'll start with Jim. Jim, I have activated your microphone. Please introduce yourself and you may begin.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I'm Jim Burberg. I'm here today representing the Western States Petroleum Association, WSPA, where our members are producers and suppliers of both petroleum-based and renewable fuels. Our members have made big investments in the space and are key to the success of the LCFS program, as many others on this call are. So first off, I just want to echo appreciation to Cheryl, you and Matt for the workshop today. These are informative and they're good discussions, and we do appreciate them. I have a few questions. I know our time's running short, so I'll keep them brief. We'll have more when we file our comments. But the first one is around the targets specifically. Were you just setting targets for 2030, or will there be any interim targets through 2045? So that was the first one. It wasn't clear to us from the slides if that was the case. The second one was on VMT reductions. So CARB staff itself has noted that in the scoping plan hearings how difficult those are going to be. And I was just wondering how leveraging are those in the modeling, or if you have a good feel for that at this point. The third one's an important one. So on slide 29 on the crop-based fuels, I think we want to agree with Oscar Garcia and then also Floyd from the RFA on that. We are very concerned about arbitrary limits put on crop-based fuels. And we really feel like the ILUC is doing its job. And so in particular, I'm concerned about the fact that basically 2 of the 3 scenarios currently outlined have this limit on them. And number one, we don't really, I don't see the sense in just putting an arbitrary limit on something that's already taken care of in the ILUC. And if you're going to, why wouldn't we just do it as a sensitivity analysis rather than, just limiting the number of scenarios of, that's just because only one of the scenarios has no limits. And so that's a concern to us. Thirdly, on the logistics side, agree that it would be nice to get the materials, a little sooner in advance. Cheryl, I know we do have a comment period and we'll have time to view them, but I think we'd have more meaningful discussions if we could get things a little bit more ahead of time. Also want to ask and agree that we should push back the comment period a little bit because it's only 1 week after a long weekend. Be nice to push it back at least a week or maybe even a little more. So just not understanding why there's a big rush on comments, especially as we're getting into more complex issues around modeling and such that are going to take analysis to look at. And so would appreciate a little additional time. And the last thing is just wondering if there's an opportunity maybe next year as we start getting into more of these important workshops like this one, if there's a chance to have a hybrid in-person and an online workshop opportunity as well. So anyway, thanks for your time today and appreciate it.
Hi, Jim. Appreciate the comments and questions. I think I noted them all down, so let's go down the list here. So you mentioned VMT assumptions, and VMT is especially about recognizing that those things are that's outside of the LCFS policy sphere. It's not something we control, but you mentioned how much does it impact the modeling, and it affects the total energy demand in the transportation sector. So it is significant. What we tried to do in alternative A was to recognize that it is difficult to reduce VMT, and that historically it's been difficult to achieve some of the VMT targets for the state. And so that's what that scenario A is trying to represent. With regard to post-2030 targets, we are certainly planning to establish post-2030, declining post-2030 CI targets for the program. We showed several trajectories in this workshop. We're looking for feedback on how far out we would go and on especially the path to achieving deep decarbonization targets. I think what we were trying to tease out with this workshop especially is the rate of decline at different times. And we've heard some comments about that this morning as well. And then I think you asked a question about comment period. We can certainly take that back and discuss that internally. And Cheryl, is there anything else you wanted to add?
Yes, we definitely hear you on we've heard a couple times that folks want more time to comment. So our thought was we really want to be able to advance the conversation. We know people are anxious to move things forward, and so we are balancing the need to kind of wait for a scoping plan, but also move things quickly once we have a final scoping plan. So we will take a look at our schedule. Because we want to move quickly in a rulemaking, any kind of extension on other ends will affect timelines for other things. So, but understand that this is an important conversation. Again, it's not the only one. So we're really kind of hoping to get those initial feedback on the designs and then talk more about outputs at a next workshop or a future workshop. So, but we will go back and take a look at whether we can extend that timeline. Thank you.
Okay, let's now go to Noah Garcia. Noah, I have activated your microphone. Please introduce yourself and you may begin.
Great. Thank you so much, and thanks for the opportunity to present some brief comments this morning. Hi, I'm Noah Garcia. I'm a manager with EVgo, which owns and operates the nation's largest public fast charging network, including over 300 sites in California. Just wanted to thank CARB for the excellent presentation and workshop this morning. It was really helpful to see the different concepts and ideas that are being presented today, and just really wanted to underscore and support many remarks made today by different groups, including those specifically related to increasing the stringency of the 2030 target to a minimum of 30%. Also introducing a step change in the carbon intensity by 2024, or at least mid-decade, and the ratchet mechanism, which will hopefully help California stay on track towards increasing those CI targets based on market conditions. So just wanted to highlight those 3 points, and also wanted to just express our support for the provisions concerning medium and heavy duty infrastructure. We recognize this is a critical segment for California's achievement of its climate and air quality goals, and just really looking forward to collaborating and working with CARB to figure out how the LCFS can support more efficient development of that infrastructure needed to decarbonize the medium and heavy duty market. So I think this all just speaks to the point that Matt made at the beginning of the workshop today of, about increasing or sending a long-term signal to the market. And I think we're really hopeful that the LCFS will help California be in a good position to achieve its SB 32 goals and beyond. So just thanks again for the opportunity to speak today, and look forward to future discussions and providing comments in December.
Thanks, Noah. And not to single you out, but to talk more about the concept that a lot of folks are bringing up, which is the auto ratchet mechanism. Looking forward to specific input on what kind of mechanism that would be, how that would work. We've heard a lot of support for it, but also looking for what that proposal would look like. And so hoping that the folks that are in support of it or thinking that that's a good approach can provide some more specifics in the public comments as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Cheryl. So now let's go to Brian McDonald. Brian, I have activated your microphone. Please introduce yourself and you may begin.
Yeah, hi. Guess it's 2 minutes to good afternoon, so I'll just start there. Brian McDonald with Marathon Petroleum Corporation. Just a question on slide 35. There's this it's called other modeling assumptions under consideration. 2 of the rows seem to not really differ by alternative, but the 3rd row, petroleum crediting, does quite a lot. I might have missed some, substantive discussion around this particular section. I was just kind of hoping for a little bit more feedback on what you guys are looking for in terms of, potential changes to the petroleum crediting provision, specifically which provisions, there's a couple in the rule today, and just try to understand exactly what a phase out might mean, and why it might differ, based on the alternative in the modeling. So that's it.
Thank you. So we have not seen a lot of the petroleum project-based crediting projects come into the program. So, and as the governor's letter has signaled that we want to kind of switch out of the petroleum resources, it's one aspect that we are looking at. We did talk at a high level about this last December, I believe, and so it is still something on the table that we're looking at. And so we are open to hearing more about the need for project-based crediting. And I'll also just note that as refineries convert to biofuel production, those project improvements are reflected in the pathway CI scores. So what we're really talking about is the those projects that are petroleum based, because the CI scores for pathways doing alternative fuels will reap those benefits when you're doing those refinery conversions for those refineries.
Thanks, Cheryl. So our next three will be Todd Campbell, Chris Bliley, and Asher Goldman. So we'll start with Todd Campbell. Todd, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and then introduce yourself, and you may begin.
Am I there? You hear me?
There you go. Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Sorry. We have so many platforms. It's really hard to keep track. So thank you for your patience. I guess my first question is for Cheryl. Can you tell me what your response really meant when you responded to Floyd Vergara's comment on biofuels? Like Floyd, we too are very concerned. By the narrative that CARB wants to constrain the use of biofuels in the future. Your response was, to me, not clear, and I have no idea what you meant by what you meant to say. I mean, I doubt anyone else did in the GoToMeeting call as well, because it just wasn't very clear. You referenced a bunch of stuff, and I wasn't really able to like follow up. So, but anyway, what made staff decide to head in a direction that would limit biofuel use, flexibility under the low carbon fuel standard, particularly when the Advanced Clean Fleet Rule, even if implemented perfectly, projects that a third of the medium to heavy duty trucks on the road will continue to operate on internal combustion engines. Are you all keeping up with the Advanced Clean Truck and regulations that are being proposed? I mean, it just seems to me that there's a lot of coordination that's being missed here, and there's a significant need or continued need in the future to provide low carbon fuels for various fleets. And so I'm just a little bit confused about what you were really saying, Cheryl, in response to Floyd, and could you provide further clarification? And I have further questions. So that's my first question.
Go ahead with all of your comments, and then we can respond. Thanks.
Okay. The other question I have is, what is the lowest carbon fuel on average under the LCFS program today, in staff's opinion? And I'm going to just answer it since you're not going to respond. I think it's renewable natural gas. So if renewable natural gas is the lowest carbon fuel under the LCFS, why would we limit its use in 2030? It doesn't really make sense to me, especially when we're trying to get to deeper carbon reductions in the transportation sector. basing the future on the LCFS on a scoping plan that is yet to be adopted by the board, to me, just feels wrong. It seems to downplay the state's public process, and it limits our ability to adapt to future demands required by climate solvency. That being said, we support the state's goals when it comes to driving down societal carbon. To achieve this, we need to do the following. A, embrace all fuels that get California to goal. B, provide flexibility and inclusion to all fuels to ensure success. C, go bold. We need aggressive targets to win over climate change. We have very low carbon credit prices today due to the tremendous success of the low carbon fuel standard, and I'm very proud to have been a part of this standard with Richard Corey and Floyd Vergara back in the day. I truly feel this is California's gold standard when it comes to reducing climate. It's clearly a very important rule in my opinion, and it's key to like decarbonizing transportation. And yet I feel that it is in trouble. And what do I mean by that? First, our carbon intensity in outer years is way too low, and our ability to deliver future needs to meet carbon neutrality is hamstrung by the state's ability to process LCFS pathways. Specifically, pathway certification is bogged down by limited staff resources. And we as an industry want to help you be able to provide additional resources to expand the pipeline. We are happy to pay for third-party verifiers, whatever CARB staff feels is appropriate to accelerate, to not only make sure that these projects credibly make it through the process, but also help you make it through the hockey stick that's needed to meet our carbon neutrality goals statewide by 2045. And I think the failure to credibly expedite the verification and certification pipeline will absolutely diminish our ability as a state to meet our carbon neutrality goals. To what it's worth, I think that it also diminishes our ability as companies to demonstrate or provide CARB with additional examples of how companies can meet carbon neutrality goals in advance of 2045. For example, clean energy has a goal of meeting a carbon neutrality standard by 2025, 20 years in advance of the state's goals. So I think it's in our best interest to figure out and work together to find ways to get to goal in terms of accelerating our way, our ability to accelerate these pathways in terms of verification. And if it requires additional resources, I just want to make it very clear that we are there, and we would be more than happy to help CARB achieve this. And with that, I just want to thank you very much for all the hard work that the staff has put into this, proposed changes. I am very disturbed by taking away any options that California has to meet its climate goals, especially when I feel we have some of the, one of the best solutions to provide the market. And I also would encourage staff to consider the fact that RNG can be used not just for internal combustion engines, but we are also using it for hydrogen and electric applications in the present day. And so I would like to understand what CARB's thinking is in terms of limiting options and in 2030. Thank you.
Hey, Todd, thanks for the comments. I'm going to try and take these kind of individually here and provide a little bit of clarity. And then I'll ask if Cheryl wants to jump on as well. So first off, just on the crop-based biofuels piece, I want to clarify that what we're talking about here is potential feedstock limitations, not limitations on biofuels overall. And certainly what we're seeing, it was played out over the past few years, and what we're expecting going forward is that there is going to be growing biofuels use in the transportation sector in the near term. And so what we're responding to is that growth and the potential impacts it could have on crop-based feedstocks going forward. And this is in response to comments that we've heard over the course of the workshops that we've held, and comments that we've gotten from our board too on the program. Still evaluating it, and what the slides show today are options for modeling scenarios for the program, not definitive decisions. On the RNG piece, it's actually somewhat the similar story, which is we're seeing that, in order to hit our 1383 goals and in order to decarbonize the natural gas grid, we're going to need to spin up alternative energy sources, and one of those will be renewable natural gas, and that will be deployed in a number of contexts. Some in transportation, some for hydrogen production, and some in for pipeline injection for use as a replacement for fossil gas. And so, I think you highlighted in your comments that those are some of the end uses that we're looking at. And so we're not talking about RNG limitations in LCFS. What we've put on the slides would be a specific policy mechanism that is in the LCFS reg right now for avoided methane crediting, which is a kind of an adder on top of the existing fuel pathway analysis for these projects for RNG in the transportation space specifically. So we're talking about that policy mechanism, the timeline for that mechanism, and whether it's appropriate to consider phasing it out once these RNG projects have been established to provide that supply. And as far as the coordination goes on policy, we're working very closely with our other divisions here at CARB, both across the scoping plan, the LCFS, ACT, ACF, ACC, and in fact, right now everything is working its way through. Rajinder is the Deputy Executive Officer on climate change and research, as she's also supporting the divisions on the transportation programs at this point as well. So we're working very closely, and one of the things that we're flagging here is that these policy mechanisms, these regs are all kind of moving forward to at the same time. We want to make sure that as we update the modeling for LCFS, as we put our proposals out on the reg text into next year, that we're considering the reg developments that are happening from our sister divisions as well. And then finally, I just want to say thanks for the offer for support on the staffing side. I think many of you have seen that we flagged this in previous workshops, the number of fuel pathways has gone up quite a bit. The staffing demands on the program have really increased. The staff work very hard to make sure that we can meet our deadlines, we can provide fuel pathways, and that we can rely on the third-party verifiers for validation, verification, and then that will help alleviate some of the staffing demands for pathway evaluation. And quite honestly, if we're going to be successful in this program, I expect the number of fuel pathways to increase going forward, and that is a good thing. That is a sign that the program is working as it should. And so, we're having discussions right now about how we can make sure that the staffing is appropriate for the program and that it can grow commensurate with it. It's not as simple as just cutting a check to CARB to be able to pay for an increase in staffing. And so any support that you and others want to provide as we work through this process, it requires involvement from the legislature and others. Welcome it, and welcome further discussions on how we can make sure that this program scales to meet the demands as we diversify the transportation fuel mix and as fuel pathways increase. So with that, Cheryl, I don't know if you want to hop on and add anything.
Sure. Yeah, I'll just echo that the conversations that we have really are based on that broader climate discussion. And so when we're talking about RNG and its use in LCFS, we're not just trying to say we're cutting it off. We don't think it's a good thing. We're trying to have that conversation of, okay, the scoping plan said we need to think about where some of these energy sources are best used. And as the first regulation to go forward, hopefully after the soon adoption of the scoping plan, we need to start having those conversations. And it's part of a broader conversation that we are having with our other divisions and agencies. And so we're not trying to cut off something that is good for the climate. We're trying to understand where the best uses are. So that's really an important point that I think, we can't lose sight of here in this conversation, and why we're initiating it now. It's not easy. We've got a lot of discussions to have, and but we need to have those. On the efficiency side, we have added verification recently, which is actually really important to our programs to have that part of it. We added it after a decade of the program, so we're still getting used to it and trying to create efficiencies through it. That requires the verifiers to learn, us to learn, and I think we're getting better at that. So really appreciate the patience but in implementing that, but it really is about the program integrity, which we are solidly behind in maintaining. The other types of efficiencies, of course, we also want things to move as quickly as possible. And so have really appreciated folks who have worked with us to try to move things into tier 1. That's another thing that we're looking at for our reg update, is how we can make some of the pathways clearer in how to apply and more streamlined. So we'll be working with the stakeholders, with all of you, to understand how we can move that forward. That comes with some discussions about what kind of defaults there are, but I think we've learned a lot in the past few years as we've seen a lot of new RD and RNG come on, and how can we streamline those going forward. So I think that there is a lot to discuss in the program, and why we're excited about a rulemaking. It's also where we're walking a line between trying to move really quickly on updating the rulemaking, updating the regulation, and knowing that there are a lot of things out there that people want. They want efficiency, they want streamlining, they want additional credit opportunities. So we're managing all of that, and it's also why we're thinking about what doesn't need support forever. The more that we have as credit generators that may not need them forever, the more resources that takes. That's just a fact. And as we're having more stringent targets, we're going to have more fuel pathways. We need to be thinking about what needs support, what needs to take a lot of our staff time, and we are doing that evaluation. And that's another difficult conversation, but incentives cannot last forever. And so we're really looking at where those opportunities are to say that that maybe those incentives are not needed forever in the program. And so yes, there's going to be a lot of important and challenging conversations to be had, and we're looking to the scoping plan, to other mechanisms and policies to align with those.
Yeah, and I hopped back on because I want to tee off one more thing that Cheryl said, which is, we're talking about the California program. A number of you all have mentioned, some of the other programs are being stood up and that are operating right now, and we need to see really kind of a proliferation of these types of policies and demand for low carbon fuels across the U.S. if we're going to be successful in our climate targets. And so what we want to be able to do is put forward a program that both is exportable, that can be used by other jurisdictions, and that we also acknowledge will grow and can fit with and work with California's programs. And so that means that we always have to be cognizant of how many nuanced changes we make to these programs. We get constant requests for special changes with respect to a pathway generation that add more staffing resources, that add more time for evaluation. This goes back to Cheryl's point, and this is why I jumped on about the integrity of those pathways, and a program that's quite honestly has that integrity, because if it doesn't, other jurisdictions aren't going to pick it up for their environmental programs. So I think with that, I know we're kind of running late. I'm going to ask Katrina, do you want to give us to the next commenter and give us a time check too on how many people we have left, so that we know what we're looking at?
I just want to note that I think we've got about 15 to 20 folks still slated to give comments. So just a reminder to keep comments succinct. We do have the comment period, looking forward to more discussions, but want to at least give folks an opportunity to speak today. So appreciate brief comments and then longer responses and in a written form.
Yeah, thanks, Cheryl. And I just want to also note that we have about 40 minutes left of this workshop, so we do want to get through to everybody. Okay, next let's go to Chris Bliley. Chris, I have activated your phone. Please introduce yourself and you may begin.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity, and I'll try and be brief. As you guys mentioned, I know there are a lot of people waiting to speak. So Chris Bliley, I'm with Growth Energy. We're the nation's largest association of biofuel producers. A couple quick comments and a question as it relates to sort of the modeling and the constraints mentioned earlier. First, as we've commented before and we'll comment again, recognize the central role that biofuels can and should play in the low carbon fuel standard moving forward. It's imperative that you all update the modeling to reflect the best available science on complete life cycle emissions of biofuels like ethanol. As part of that, that includes updated best available science on lower land use change penalties. And certainly related to that, would continue to urge CARB to incentivize low carbon on the farm practices. That's really critical to driving down carbon intensity of fuels like ethanol. My question was on the modeling. You talked about the blend wall, and at least as I looked at the fact sheet, it mentions E10 and E85. As you know, we've continued to urge the approval of E15. We're going through that process, but since the model looks at the out years, I wasn't sure how and if E15 is treated in sort of those scenarios, and any comment there would be appreciated. Thanks. And thank you guys for the work and time, as always.
Sorry, not quick enough on the buttons there. So we are modeling right now the E10. So what we're modeling is including what is on the books right now. So that's why we've included ACC2 and ACT and E10 for now. So I think that, we're aware that the multimedia evaluation process is happening, but that's where we are in the modeling for LCFS.
Thanks, Cheryl. Let's go to Asher Goldman. Asher, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and then introduce yourself, and then you may begin.
Hey there, thank you very much. This is Asher Goldman at the Wharton School of Business. I've been working on LCFS modeling and helping invest in various projects touching the LCFS for several years now. I won't, rehash all of the comments that have already been made, but definitely very happy to hear, growing consensus for a step down in the carbon intensity reduction in 2024. As well as some of these more aggressive 2030 targets. So I won't rehash all of that. I will say, a lot of the comments thus far have been geared to program structure around credit deficit generation. I wanted to make a comment that I haven't heard today yet, which is around market structure. And there's kind of a maybe untalked about piece of this, which is that there is a ton of value capture, or value loss, I should say, that is occurring as a consequence of the lack of sophistication of monetization of LCFS credits within this market. When you look at, air quotes, normal commodity markets, you just see a wide variety of financial tools that you can use in order to bring down the risk for a given project, which allows folks to raise lower cost capital to go finance their projects. Especially given the large consideration that we should have for the long-term cost to consumers of gasoline and diesel in California. I want to be sensitive to making sure that we're using the lowest cost capital possible to finance the massive amount of infrastructure that we need to build. And that's true whether we're talking about ethanol and renewable diesel, or if we're talking about, EV adoption and electrification broadly. And so given that, I think that there's really a good opportunity for us to change some of the market structure here to allow increased liquidity and greater market maker participation, which would allow for much more efficient allocation of risk within the market. There's been really poor development of, what we would like to see is fixed price long-term offtake contracts within this market. And frankly, that has stalled out over the last 3-4 years. And so certainly I would like to see changes that would allow increased participation by, whether you want to call them financial intermediaries or liquidity providers or market makers. They serve a really valuable function in efficient markets that there's a lot of room for us to improve in the LCFS. Thank you.
Thanks. Look forward to your comments.
Okay, our next three will be Evan Nayland, Christina Hahn, and Man Altaher. So we'll start with Evan. Evan, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and then introduce yourself, and then you may begin.
Yeah, thanks, Katrina. So this is Evan Nealon with ChargePoint. I'd first just like to thank the CARB team for all the work on today's presentation. These are important and complex issues that inherently come with a lot of uncertainty and have effects beyond transportation fuel markets. So we certainly appreciate all the thought put into today's presentation. No questions today, just two high-level comments. First, all else equal, we believe we need at least a 30% CI target in 2030 to bring stability to the credit market and issue in the next wave of investment to achieve long-term climate and electrification goals. Obviously, if additional deficit generating fuels are added to the program or certain fuel vehicle pathways are phased out, that can change the calculus. But that aside, we would encourage a minimum 30% CI target by 2030. We would also echo other stakeholders' requests to step up those added CI reductions as soon as possible. And second, we offer preliminary support for a ratcheting mechanism that could make a lot of sense to help automatically stabilize the credit market during periods of significant surplus. I say preliminary just because until learning more about the details of such a mechanism, we would reserve our full-fledged support. So thanks again.
Thanks, Evan. Okay, Christina, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thanks so much, Christina Hahn with Weiss. We're investors in the industry. I'm just curious if you could lay out what are the next steps after December 2nd and the timing of those next steps. And also if you can talk about when the timing would be of the potential implementation of the changes. Thanks.
Thanks. So yes, we're taking public comment right now through the 2nd, and we will consider extending that timeline. We are hoping to release the model and provide some updated design scenarios, and then talk about modeling outputs, including economic analyses and other outputs from the model, and then continuing our policy discussions early in 2023. So hopefully the scoping plan will be adopted next month, and then we can move forward with a more formal, rulemaking for LCFS to align with the scoping plan. So the rulemaking process takes about a year, and so we would be looking at a 2024 implementation date.
Thanks, Cheryl. Let's go to Man. Man, I have unmuted you. Please introduce yourself and you may begin. Man, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. Okay, we cannot hear you, but it shows that you are unmuted. So please stay on. We will go to the next person and we'll come right back to you. Okay, let's go to Taylor Rostgen. Taylor, I have activated your microphone. You may unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you for the opportunity today, and good afternoon. This is Taylor Roshan representing the California Advanced Biofuels Alliance. No questions today, but we echo the comments of my colleague, Mr. Vergara, with the Clean Fuels Alliance regarding the CI targets and the ILUC modeling framework. Additionally, the Alliance does not support a cap on crop-based feedstock that's arbitrary or based on a precautionary principle. Rather, we encourage ARB staff to continue to work with the industry and stakeholders to consider alternative science-based approaches. Thank you.
Thank you, Taylor. Let's try Man one more time. Man, the microphone has been activated and it shows that you are unmuted. Please begin. We're not hearing anything, so we'll come back to you. We'll keep going. Okay, let's try Lisa McGee. Lisa, you have been unmuted. You may begin.
This is Lisa. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Perfect. Hi, this is Lisa McGee. I'm with Green Power Motor Company. And I'm going to echo some of the things and repeat that I do agree that the online presentation should be made available at least 1 week in advance or a minimum of 2 days. It's the only way to really have strong participation. This is a complex, dynamic process, and it's not easy for everyone to become a voice. And the fleet operators deserve an opportunity to at least understand it, and that cannot be done without an opportunity to review the material because it is complex. Making the model available, echoing a couple of times I'd heard this as well, I think is going to be really critical because without some of this information, it really is too complex to interpret what these tables are and some of the percentages that you're using without the numbers applied over each year. I'm going to go through some comments that I have to make sure I got clarity on some of the information that I'm interpreting based on those assumptions. This would also allow, in my opinion, the medium heavy duty operators that are facing mandates to really be able to understand the benefits that this program could really influence and create strong change in order to keep up pace with the medium heavy duty ZEV deployment programs, as well as benefiting from the fuel substitution that this technology would bring. I'd love to be able to make sure that these particular voices have an opportunity to shape rules and not argue the law later. My comments related to some of the information associated with the tables that all of them aren't available, but I think you can kind of interpret them from previous information. So I'm going to start with the electric grid average carbon intensity table. And I'm assuming that you're talking about that table being introduced to the model that was last adopted in November 2022, which has the carbon intensity of 76 today, and in 2045, 27.6. So that'll be one question. And then moving on to the next table that's using percentages right now that's not available because that table is in that first table, the electric grid average table is in your CAT on page 13. So that seems pretty clear to me. And the percentages that are just in the presentation but not in the CAT, I want to kind of get clarity on how the percentages are being reduced over time to make some of these assumptions. And on the carbon intensity benchmarks for the gasoline and diesel and their substitutes, you're using, I'm assuming it's about 90 today, for example, diesel, and that we would be taking an additional 10% if we use scenario B on top of the 20% that exists today. So we'd add 10% to that, reduce that by 9 on the carbon intensity, and then we get to 81 as an example in 2030. And I'm just trying to make sure that's correct. And then if I move to 2045, then I would just take a linear assumption over the 15 years from 2030 to 2045 at 4% and ultimately wound up with a 36.2 carbon intensity with a 60% reduction from 2030 in 2045. So I want to make sure that's correct as well. And then given those facts based on the modeling that impacts the value of a credit, which we're all really driven by this value, and it really does spark adoption and really provides meaningful benefits to fleet operators in this technology, is on these reductions in fuel benchmarks, the carbon intensity, coupled with the 1122 adopted electric grid carbon intensity reductions. We're looking at in 2030, from my illustration of just assuming the 5.0 EER with a 1 kilowatt hour per mile assumption, we're getting about a 13% reduction in 2030 on the value of a credit without any other numbers associated with it. And then we're getting a 60% reduction in the value of a credit by 2045. And given that these numbers are significant, and granted, the carbon intensity reduction is absolutely necessary, but just given the comprehension to make sure that we're making good comments as it relates to the values that many of the parties probably here on the phone call today are driven by these values. And so I just want to make sure that these models are clear enough, transparent enough, easy enough for the small fleet operator that's facing 100% mandates to be able to provide comments to these changes that are coming before us and will continue to be changing. And if you could just make sure again that you're transparent. And I also think it's necessary to revisit the EER in light of the lighter, medium, heavy duty side vehicles. Coupling that with the heavy duty vehicle thing gives a disadvantage to some of those technologies that, given more information today with pedal use and advanced driving behaviors, there is a much better outcome in the efficiencies from one vehicle to another. And I think that's going to be necessary to also get the modeling accurate. And I think my last is going into the medium heavy duty refueling infrastructure. I see this as critical and super necessary. We're behind this process when it comes to effectively keeping pace with the mandates that all medium heavy duty fleet operators are facing. They deserve the opportunity to participate in credit generation the same as others have in the past. And we do really need the support, and we do need to move this more quickly. The incentives, I know, is a hot topic when it comes to what's needed, what's not needed, but specifically it absolutely needs to align with today's mandates in the medium heavy duty sector. And thank you.
Hi, Lisa. I appreciate the detailed comments on a lot of different parts of the presentation. What I think would be best is if my team can follow up with you and sit down to answer some of the specific questions you have on the modeling documentation. We'd be happy to talk through the assumptions there and answer your questions. There's also so you're welcome to reach out to me. There's also an LCFS workshop email that you could also reach out to. I believe that's lcfsworkshop@arb.ca.gov. Thank you.
Thanks, Jordan. Let's go to Scott Hederick. Scott, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and begin.
Yeah, hi, this is Scott. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. So, Scott Hederick with Chevron Renewable Energy Group. Just echo some comments other folks had, thanking the staff for all this material. It's an awful lot to put together, and I know there's been a lot of heavy lifting there. And I don't mean to pick on Cheryl, but I was keeping track, and Cheryl, you mentioned like 5, almost 6 times the need to move quickly on this. Yet I know, slide 6 points out that the LCFS is overperforming. I think I've heard a lot of feedback and comments today from folks that were concerned about the timing of when information was released being late, the amount of information being soft, and concerns about how deliberative we are moving forward. And I take that and I think about the comments about the need to move quickly, and I'm just wondering if I'm missing something here. What's the overall arching driver for the speed and the pace versus perhaps what I would say has been the deliberative nature that the agency's used in the past?
Thank you. So we have been holding informal workshops for a couple years, and we've been right now waiting for the scoping plan to be finalized because we know that we need to not get ahead of those policies and to align with those climate goals. And that's what we've done in the past as well. So in 2017, when the scoping plan was updated, the LCFS in 2018 updated the regulation to align its targets and policies accordingly. And so that's that's where we are today with the scoping plan for the 2022 scoping plan. So we're walking a line between understanding that the program is overperforming, and that is a great thing for the climate, and that to send those long-term market signals and investment signals, we have the opportunity to advance the targets. And so sending that market signal that we look at the program, we look at how it's performing, and we can adjust our goals and targets accordingly is important. And so that's the need to continue that investment and drive that investment. So that's the need to kind of move quickly, but that also means quickly in the scope of where we sit, and that is after the scoping plan gets done. So we've been trying to have informal workshops to understand where we need to move kind of in this next phase of the LCFS without getting ahead of those broader policy conversations. And as the scoping plan is hopefully getting to a completion point, we can have more of those policy discussions. So we're balancing kind of those two things of wanting to send those long-term market signals, seeing from the scoping plan that there's a lot that needs to be done to get to our carbon neutrality goals, and not just in kind of the supply chain. We need to build things, and we need to send those signals that those things need to be built soon. And so we want to start to have those conversations. That's why we've been having those conversations on where are the long-term energy projects going to be, how can LCFS support those, but not getting too far ahead of where our board is going to be directing us in terms of that broader climate policy. So yes, need to you're hearing me say that we need to move quickly because we want that climate action now, we want that investment now, and we see that opportunity as being ripe right now. But we also need to balance that with our process, the APA process, our deliberative process, and having these more meaningful conversations. So that's where I think, in early 2023, we're going to be having more workshops and trying to get this information out there as soon as we have it available. Again, we're trying to work on getting the actual model posted so that folks can look at that, but wanting to get the information we have out there when we can to continue those conversations meaningfully.
Hello, this is Neil Perler. It looks like I'm unmuted.
Hi, Neil. Sorry, this is Jordan. Go ahead. I think Katrina's audio is having issues.
Yeah, no worries. Neil Perler with Renewable Fuels Association, representing U.S. ethanol producers. To be very brief, I agree with everything that Chris Bliley said, so I won't repeat that. We do support a much stronger compliance curve, and with a particular emphasis on even before 2030, but support stringencies of 30% or more by 2030 and beyond. Chris brought up the issue of E15. While we have overcompliance in the program, we have vast undercompliance on the gasoline side, 30 million metric tons of deficits to date. Electricity will help, but so will higher blends of low to zero carbon biofuels in the gasoline side. And so, Cheryl, you mentioned the 10% in your modeling, because that's what we have today. I appreciate that. I also really appreciate that Matt is on this call and oversees the programs that would help expand that. So I would love to hear Matt's comments on, because you've mentioned how we're integrating all these programs, great opportunity under fuel specifications to quickly approve an E15 blend as it is approved in virtually the entire United States, other than the state of Montana and California, and also under ACC2 to look at revisions that would allow for a greater penetration of flex fuel vehicles, so that we can see more low to zero biofuels in the light duty fleet. So I guess this is really a question to Matt. How are you thinking about this and the opportunities in this integrated policy framework to further optimize and maximize credit generation in the gasoline pool?
Get on video there. Thanks, Neil. Appreciate the comments. And so I want to say that, you know, what staff have identified here in the scenarios are really some options to look at what the fuel supply and demand will be. And we're taking our cues from work that we all are doing in not just the scoping plan, but also the work that CARB is doing on the transportation space more broadly. And that is in line with what the governor's executive order, you know, has directed us to look at, which is, you know, how we can get to 100% light duty ZEV vehicles by 2035. So the key question is, what does the fuel mix look like as we make progress on ACC2 and as we transition to 100% light duty zero emission vehicle sales by 2035? What are the fuels that are needed for credit generating opportunities to support that transition to light duty zero emission vehicles? And so welcome feedback on the scenarios and other kind of sensitivities that we should put forward in those scenarios as it pertains to credit generating opportunities in those scenarios as we move this process forward. And then, as you mentioned, you know, we are continuing to work through that multimedia evaluation process on E15 that's required by statute. And I know that that process is ongoing. All right, Katrina, we've got about 15 minutes left on our scheduled time. I think we're happy to stay a little bit late on this so we can make sure that we can get comments, but can we, you know, get us a quick time check on how many people we have remaining to speak that haven't had an opportunity to speak thus far?
Yes, we have about 8 people left on our list, so hopefully we can get through them all. We have Adam Browning next. Adam, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and you can begin.
Thank you. Adam Browning here with Forum Mobility. We're electrifying drayage in California. First point here is I'm just wondering if you could factor in the ACF in your baseline. At the last CARB board meeting, every board member supported it, and it seems like it's very likely to move to become in place before the LCFS regs change. And in that ACF, their total cost of ownership analysis assumes credit values of $200 through 2030. We calculate that the credit value where it currently is around $70 means about $1,000 a month in increased fueling costs for drayage drivers, which is really challenging. So I just wanted to make the point that what you do here is incredibly crucial for impacting the pace of the build out of charging infrastructure. And I would also note that, like, you know, for us to build the public charging, it does depend upon demand. We have our sites need to meet subscription milestones before they get green lighted, and all the charging that gets built is really going to be dependent, or the pace of it will be dependent upon what you do here. So I first wanted to, you know, push a incorporation of ACF into your analysis, and just to, you know, double click on the point that returning the credit values to upwards around 200 and establishing an FCI will be super important to the success of what CARB's overall goals are. They're mandating you know, transition to zero emission vehicles, not to low carbon vehicles. And you know, you should, my suggestion is that it will be crucial to the overall enterprise and success of this if you align all the carrots at your disposal with the rather large stick. So we support increasing the credit intensity, support capping crop-based biofuel feedstocks, which are in fact bad, and also support aligning deliverability requirements in a similar manner of with other fuels as well. So I had a question here. You know, when you're looking at building a green hydrogen industry, where current situation here is where without reform of the deliverability requirement, you can have a fracked gas hydrocarbon that goes through SMR and then gets totally unbundled RECs attached to it, is a lower, higher value and a lower carbon intensity as per this program than if you had a actual electrolysis powered by on-site renewables at a fueling site. It just seems like it's challenging to get an actual green hydrogen industry going if you give so much more credit value to something that isn't the gold standard of electrolysis plus on-site renewables. So that was my comments as well as a question at the end. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you
Just a
so
second.
much.
All right.
Sorry about that, Jordan. All right, thank you. Let's go to Bill McGavern. Bill, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute and begin.
Thanks. Bill McGavern with the Coalition for Clean Air. We support the low carbon fuel standard as really an important part of California's portfolio of climate change solutions. And for a while, we've actually been calling for increased stringency in the LCFS. So it's good to see CARB coming around, but we do have to make up for lost time. So we agree with those commenters who have called for a quick step up in the stringency, and we support the rule being adopted next year to be implemented in 2024. We look forward to digging into the specifics of some of the concepts floated by staff today. I would say there definitely are reasons to be worried about the sustainability of some of the crop-based biofuels, so glad that CARB is doing analysis of that. And we also agree with the prioritization of charging for heavy-duty trucks. Anyone who's followed the Advanced Clean Fleets rule knows how important the infrastructure is in that proceeding. So thank you very much for holding today's workshop.
Thanks, Bill. I'm just gonna, emphasize and kind of repeat a frame that we've had over the course of the workshop, which is if there's any data that you can provide to us that support the positions around the concerns around limits for feedstocks for crop-based biofuels, happy to take that in. I think that we've been asking for that information over the course of a number of workshops now, but as you dig into the materials, the slides, the technical support documentation, I'm just going to put that ask out there again. All right, Katrina.
Thanks, Matt. All right, let's go to Bob Whiteman. Bob, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and begin.
Yes, Bob Whiteman here, CFO for Poet Biofuels. We're the largest bioethanol producer in the world, and so obviously we have a keen understanding of the difference that the positive difference agriculture can make, and Cheryl, we share your interest there in preserving the program integrity, and we strongly feel like the best way to do that is for CARB to stay engaged with the science as it relates to both direct and indirect emissions associated with agriculture, and really encourage you to continue that endeavor as you move forward. And I guess, Matt, a question for you as you talk about the potential crop-based limit being really more of a feedstock limitation. How do you segregate the feedstock limitation when there's already a CI calculation embedded in that, and not extrapolate that to electricity generation when electricity moves, like California did this summer, to much more marginal generation, and things that were much more emission intensive than what are
contemplated in the baseline model. Again, it seems like leaving the model to solve for itself is better than arbitrary limits.
Okay, yeah, I will admit I'm not entirely sure kind of what the question is, but maybe I'll just make a couple of statements to help kind of get at this, which is, at least in the electricity sector, we do have policies in place on ensuring we hit our SB 100 and clean electricity targets, and those include things like the IRP process, where we set greenhouse gas targets for the load serving entities, and those are done, on an annualized basis. And then we also have reporting, and that happens through our mandatory reporting rules and coverage of our cap and trade program. So there's ample policies in there to ensure that, over time we are decarbonizing our electricity grid and making sure that that is happening, even when we do have short windows of increased load for that involves generation from other higher emitting resources. So that kind of sector has been kind of amply worked on for many years now to establish policies to make sure that we hit those targets. There's no real such corollary here in terms of, on the feedstock side for fuels production. And so that's why we've kind of opened this conversation up to some extent. It's, as these resources grow over time, and the marginal feedstocks start to come into the market, should we consider what some kind of limitations should be to avoid some of these potential unintended consequences? Again, and I'm going to kind of reiterate the reframe I just said, which is, give us the data on concerns both for and against the crop-based biofuel question that we put forward for everybody. Katrina.
Thanks, Matt. Let's go to Corey Bullis. Your microphone has been activated. Please unmute and begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. Corey Bullis with Flow EV Charging here. We are a charging station manufacturer and network operator that's been in business for over 10 years. Just wanted to quickly share our support for increased stringency for the LCFS. Of course, this is a really important market-moving mechanism for our industry, but I also wanted to underscore support for the Air Board to further explore the concept of the self-adjusting CI target. I realize there's a lot of things to be worked out there, a lot of questions on how it could work, but we think there's a lot of merit to the proposal and would support seeing further discussion and workshops on that mechanism in particular. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Let's now call on Jeremy Martin. Jeremy, your microphone has been activated. Please unmute and begin.
Thanks. I'm Jeremy Martin from the Union of Concerned Scientists. First, thanks very much to the staff for all the hard work and good thinking. I really appreciate it. I'll go quickly, so I know we're nearly out of time. I really appreciate the thoughtful responses on how to phase out credit for avoided methane pollution. I think clearly, getting to 2040 with the presumption that all agricultural, all manure methane can just be vented, and that's an acceptable kind of status quo baseline, doesn't make any sense. So, I think it's really important to transition this policy. And also, when we're crediting that means, those are not, that means, with a certain stringency, we have less actual fuel to use, less actual clean fuel, because, negative CI fuel doesn't actually fuel more vehicles just because it has such an extremely low score. So I'm glad to see you're working on a transition there. On the crop-based feedstocks, I think the feedstocks is a really important part. We heard people argue that we need these, that we'll have vehicles which could use low carbon, diesel or other fuels, or that we have conversion capacity to produce those. And, those two things may be true, but, if we're diverting vegetable oil from the food supply that, and not producing more of it in California or even in the United States, I think it's really important to understand, where that feedstock's coming from and what are the implications of relying on it so heavily for California's decarbonization plan. Is diverting, vegetable oil from the world's food system, the way that California should be decarbonizing its transportation system, I think not. And I think that understanding, what's a reasonable amount of vegetable oil to use in the California system makes a lot of sense. So I appreciate that you're taking that up. I also think some of the claims that indirect land use is working so perfectly are kind of amusing, but I'll highlight that a lot of the careful thinking on that was focused mostly on corn, and I think the question it would bear a more careful consideration. Where's all this vegetable oil going to come from, and is that appropriate for California's decarbonization scenario, and really to make sure that the amount of it that's used is sort of consistent and sustainable, and just makes sense, is a reasonable share of what's available in the United States and the world. I also appreciate the, starting to think about lining up crediting for emissions reductions in the petroleum supply chain needs to be done in consideration of the fact that the petroleum supply chain is basically got to be winding down over the same period. And so, it wouldn't make sense to, use a lot of LCFS credits to motivate investments that end up being, not useful for California, as California dramatically reduces and ultimately phases out the use of petroleum-based fuels. So I think we've got to be really judicious about, using the LCFS to drive investments in that area and make sure that they're sort of consistent with what California needs going forward into the future. So I think that'll be an important area to focus. And the last thing is actually a question, which has been addressed a little bit, but I don't know if there's more you can say, which is really very interested to learn about this, more about this model and sort of what access stakeholders will have to the model. Is this something that we will be able to download and run ourselves? Any sense of, I appreciate there's a lot of work to do there, but any sense of, when that would be available for us? Or is it something that you're going to run based on our input and then, put summaries in Excel tables, or sort of how are our stakeholders going to be able to interact with this California transportation fuel model? Thanks.
Hi, Jeremy. Just to your last point there about the model, your question. I don't have a specific date for you, but we're hoping to post that shortly, post that soon, and it should be something that the public should be able to run. You should be able to download the executable and be able to run that. Thanks.
Thanks, Jordan. Okay, let's go to Kathleen Van Osten. Kathleen, I have activated your mic. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I am representing United Airlines, and we worked diligently with CARB back in, I think it was 2015, to include sustainable aviation fuel within the LCFS as an opt-in, and that has spurred some investment in California. So one thing I would like to point out is that SAF, the technology has improved. We've been able to, or producers have been able to further reduce the emissions and the carbon intensity significantly. So we are excited about that and eager to have conversations about how that blends into your technical staff's work with regards to credits. We do question the intention to regulate intrastate anything having to do with the operation of a plane, and fuel would certainly be a major component of that, is federally regulated. I do want to point out that there isn't a question of need or desire for sustainable aviation fuel. Both international and domestic carriers are very eager to use SAF. And so, just want to make that point on the interstate regulation. I think the other thing we need to think through is how the California LCFS will inspire investment in California compared to other states who have implemented or who will be implementing LCFS. And in order to remain competitive, I would suggest that we do need another look at SAF, alternative jet fuel, in terms of the credits that can be generated. We, I believe, are well below diesel and appreciate the intention behind that, but we have a long way to go to achieve our goals for SAF production. I had one question for you that perhaps you can answer. I know that we'll be looking at SAF in the LCFS. I also understand in the SIP that you have intentions to begin planning and implementing additional policies towards SAF back in 2027 and 2029. So I'd like to just try to get a handle on what your intentions are or how you see these programs either working together or what will distinguish them from each other. And my last point is really, it's not relative to all airlines, but United Airlines has pledged to not use food-based crops as feedstocks for SAF. So as they are looking to invest in companies that do produce SAF, that will be certainly a factor. And that rounds up my comments.
Thank you. We are going to move to additional commenters because we're trying to get through to everyone. So appreciate people putting comments in written form and keeping their comments brief so we can get through folks who are already over time. Thank you.
Thanks, Cheryl. Let's go to Mary Selecki. Mary, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and begin.
Good afternoon. Two comments and one question. In terms of comments, first, I just want to echo my colleague from AJW, Kaylin McIntosh, and the support for the ratchet mechanism. And yes, Cheryl, to your urging, we do intend to help provide some more detailed comments on how that can be done. And I would also like to echo the very first commenter, Laura Ringer's comment about a big step in 2024 compliance curves. We think that's really going to be important for credit generators in the marketplace. In terms of my question, after listening to hours of Q&A, I still don't have a very clear sense in terms of the alternatives that are outlined, and specifically on slides 29, 31, 32. So for example, where the slide on slide 29, where there's the two alternatives on crop-based biofuels, and alternative A and alternative B list identical statements about there being limits on crop-based biofuels. And what's not clear to me is that is the vision here that a future workshop will model different sensitivities, even though those sensitivities are undefined at this time. Are you looking for proposals on specific numbers, or is this just a go, no-go level of feedback?
Thanks. We are looking for feedback for for the concept itself and for specific numbers and for mechanisms. So we're asking for all of the above on that. So it's not just a yes or no. That's something that staff are going to be evaluating based on the data that we are seeing and some being provided by stakeholders and us looking at what the literature says right now. And so, but we would also like to see what specific numbers folks might propose and then how that might work. In the interest of time, and I want to be cognizant of people's time, and maybe we can stay on for a couple more minutes, but I do want to let people know how they can comment and just wrap things up if people need to go. I know we're already well over time. So really appreciate you guys sticking in there today and hearing this complicated proposal, and there's a lot to discuss in future workshops. So looking forward to your input. I ask that if you have specific questions on the modeling that you put those in an email and to what is the, I'm going to ask Jordan to provide the email address so that we can get, we can collect comments and provide some clarifications if needed. We are also going to post the model when we are able to do so, when we have finalized or when we're ready to share that with you, which we are working on. Here I have the email address. It is lcfsworkshop@arb.ca.gov. lcfsworkshop@arb.ca.gov. So questions should be directed there. We will also extend the time for comments. We heard you, so we want to be cognizant of that while trying to maintain our timeline. So I think we're going to extend it to the 9th, so give a full month for comments. And again, this is early discussions. And we will also commit to announcing when we will post the materials before a meeting. So we will do it, we'll let folks know so that everyone gets the materials at the same time and try to do it as early as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Let's go to Matt Miyasato. Matt, I have activated your mic. Please begin.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say Matt Miyasato with First Element Fuel. We're the largest retail hydrogen station provider in California and the world. I'll keep my comments brief. We strongly support staff's proposal for the 10% for light duty and medium and heavy duty infrastructure credits. And we just look forward to working further with staff on the appropriate distribution in those bins. Just want to point out that the Energy Commission is also having a workshop today for hydrogen infrastructure, and just based on their low grant proposal amounts for capital, we really do need another incentive mechanism such as the heavy duty HRI. So thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Let's go to Danielle Elig. I have activated your mic. Please unmute and begin. Danielle, you'd have to unmute yourself. Okay, we will go back to her shortly. Let's go to Charles Davidson. Charles, I have activated your microphone. Please begin. You may have to unmute yourself first. Okay, let's go to Jan Dietrich.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. May I please speak?
Yes. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Charles Davidson. I'm a community level scientist in Contra Costa County near the Phillips 66 and Marathon refineries, which are planning on being the #1 and #2 largest renewable diesel projects in the world. And I would like to comment on the lack of publicly available or realistic modeling by CARB of the refinery CO2 greenhouse gases from the steam methane reforming that will be needed to produce the hydrogen for these renewable diesel projects. According to the corporate environmental impact reports from both Phillips 66 and Marathon refineries, the CO2 emissions per barrel would approach approximately twice the CO2 produced per barrel compared to before these renewable diesel projects, when the refineries are currently refining, or in the past, some of the heaviest US refinery crude stock available. Basic chemistry also indicates that the oxygen removal process from food-based triglycerides is an extremely high greenhouse gas process, which is much more high greenhouse gas requiring than refining heavy crudes that these refineries currently or recent past were refining. Richards Corey, also deputy, also stated on the day before the environmental impact report's approval by Contra Costa County directly on KQED that CARB had not yet run these numbers. I would like CARB to publicly produce estimates and explanations about the CO2 produced per barrel, both with petroleum, and compare that to renewable diesel and sustainable aviation fuel. And I'd also like to know, it's not really clear in documents that I've read that indicate that the renewable diesel, they use the word biofuels in the CARB basics document that states that biofuels don't account for tailpipe CO2 emissions in their well-to-wheel estimate. And if you could confirm whether the tailpipe emissions are or are not included in the well-to-wheel CO2 greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Katrina, let's go to the next commenter.
Okay, let's do Ryan Ruka. I have activated your mic. Please unmute and begin. Okay, I'm not seeing anything from Ryan. Why don't we go to, let's try Danielle Elig one more time.
Hi, this is Sean Wine. Danielle forwarded me the invite, so I'm under her registration. Sean Wine with Clean Energy. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect, thank you. Well, first and foremost, just wanted to say, just like most of the commenters, the work that the CARB staff's put into this, we really appreciate that. It's not an easy task. The program is working very well, and a lot of projects have been developed as a result of the LCFS, so hats off to you. We as a company, like my colleagues previously have commented on, are very supportive of more aggressive targets, and we'd like to see the stringency increased, which will help continue to show that project development continues under the program. I would say that there were a few slides that did have some concern, and that was related to the biomethane side, specifically the avoided methane crediting phase down, as well as the aligning deliverability requirements with other fuels. Just from a general comment, I think that it would be good not to try to put limitations on any fuel product that's out there in the marketplace. Obviously, the program is working well, and putting limitations in the future for future years could hinder future project development, which is something that we would, I think that the state would really truly want to avoid. When you look at the avoided methane credits that are being generated, I think it's a lot of the times it's unfair that they believe that people in the market believe that there's tremendous value creation for those projects at the project level. When in fact, when you look at how the value exchange is occurring, it happens across the entire supply chain, both from the farm level to the developer level. It goes to the marketer that might move that gas, all the way down through the station to the fleet owner. So there is value creation, obviously, that is being created through those projects and having avoided methane credits. but that value creation is being shared pretty significantly across the entire supply chain. And there was a comment made earlier that fleets, or that the lowest carbon fuel is not truly displacing other fuels, and that's not in fact the case. Most of those that are using RNG in California are all trying to switch their fleets to be able to use the lowest carbon intensity product in the marketplace, which today is RNG, as well as biomethane delivered to low EVs. And so I think that what we need to make sure we do is not try to limit something that could slow down the market. Subsequent to that, the alignment on the book and claim side for deliverability requirements is really counterproductive to project development overall. The fortunate thing that we have within the RNG space is we get to operate under a standard-based NASB contract, as well as transaction confirmations that govern how the RNG is produced and delivered to fueling infrastructure in the state of California. So we are delivering a bundled product. By having a deliverability requirement, there's really no benefit to the LCFS program. By doing that, ultimately what that would do is require daily balancing across every pipeline distribution and pipeline company throughout where the project was, let's just say in Ohio and coming to California, you'd have to enter into contracts with pipeline companies all the way across that pipeline supply chain. That really doesn't provide any true net benefit to our fight against global greenhouse gas emissions. So I would strongly encourage that staff maybe relook at that. We'd be happy to provide documentation for how we deliver the gas into the state of California and the different requirements that we go through to comply. So we'll put that out there to CARB staff. In the end, we appreciate all the time that you guys are spending on this, and we look forward to further workshops and next year, and we'll provide some of this commentary in writing to staff as well. So thank you for the opportunity to present.
Thank you. Let's go to Andrew Craig. Andrew, I've activated your mic. Please begin.
Great. Thank you, Katrina. Hi, my name is Andrew Craig with California Bioenergy. We're a developer of dairy digester projects, primarily in California. And I'll keep my comments short and just wanted to echo what my colleague Ross Buckingham said earlier. But I did have a couple questions and related to the model, and was curious if the model produces and if CARB is willing to share what the credit bank totals will become in the near and long term under those three scenarios. So that's my first question. Will that information be released? And then secondly, would CARB consider a step down in the compliance curve in the near term rather than the more linear approaches being shown in the presentation? So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. We will be releasing the model along with the outputs that it has, including the bank. So thank you. And we will hopefully post that soon.
Thanks, Cheryl. Let's go to Letitia Phillips. Letitia, I have activated your mic. Please begin.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I'm Leticia Phillips with the Brazilian Sugarcane and Bioenergy Industry Association. First of all, thank you to the staff for putting this workshop together and for all the work that you're putting to making the LCFS a great success. We really appreciate that. We also appreciate and would like to reinforce the importance of keeping the low carbon fuel standard feedstock and geographically neutral from an energy security and international trade perspective. This is actually very important. With that said, the Brazilian ethanol industry has been a huge supporter of the low carbon fuel standard program. And since the beginning of the program, we have shipped hundreds of millions of gallons of low CI sugarcane ethanol to California drivers. So we're naturally surprised not to see sugarcane listed under the feedstock supply curve for the CATS model. Also, we didn't see any FFVs or hybrid cars listed either. So we look forward to reviewing the documents that you guys are posting online and providing written comments. And we would also look forward to providing some cost information of sustainable aviation fuels made from sugarcane ethanol. So again, thank you very much for the opportunity to comment, and thank you so much for extending the comment period to December 9th. Appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Letitia. Let's go to Gary Grimes. Gary, I have activated your microphone. Please begin.
Great, thank you. I've got 4 quick comments I'll make. First, I'd like to echo what Floyd had said, Floyd Bergara, talking about arbitrarily limiting biofuel feedstocks in the marketplace. One of the strengths of CARB and the LCF program in general has been the use of science with a great team of scientists there and leading the world, frankly, in the science of carbon accounting. And we should use the best science available and update these ILUC values with the latest information and continue to use that going forward. Secondly, I'd like to also agree with Graham Noyes' comment about encouraging the inclusion of climate-smart agriculture considerations to help drive LCFS innovation and benefits down to the farm level. Third point is also we're very supportive of a ratcheting mechanism to keep the credit values in a range that induces further innovation and don't have another repeat of the recent market dip. Which clearly slows the investment in carbon reductions. There really isn't time to slow down. We need to keep moving forward on things. And lastly, I'd like to encourage in-person hybrid meeting models in the future so that we could, I just got back from a short conference, and 3D interaction is a whole lot better than those when you can do that. And I'm really not trying to sell more SAF to United Airlines. We're still the only SAF producer here in California. But we'd like to encourage, I'm sure we'll have more market participants there before long, but I would like to encourage people to get together and meet in person where you can. And that's the points I'd like to make. Thanks.
Thank you, Gary. We have one last commenter, that is Ryan Ruica. Ryan, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and begin. Ryan, please unmute yourself and you can begin. Okay, it looks like he is not there. So that concludes our Q&A session, and I'd like to turn it back to Cheryl.
All right, thanks everyone for sticking with us for this extended workshop, and appreciate the active conversation today, and note that it is an ongoing conversation, so looking forward to your comments. Again, we are extending the public comment period until December 9th, so a month for public comments, and we will post the model itself when we are able to, but we have a lot of the documentation out now for review. And again, you can provide your comments to lcfsworkshop@arb.ca.gov if you have questions on the technical aspects of the model. Thanks everyone, and looking forward to seeing your comments.